Chapter 1665. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. 4 consecutive crossings. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding. The host has passed the 3rd tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding. Luo has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ember of Thunder Fire has passed the 3rd tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yi Xian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yi Xian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation Lu Celestial, he had already killed a 5 tribulation Lu Celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation Lu Celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then, Yi Xian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Zhentian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yi Xian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heavenspan treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Willful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny sect, we might still be able to join, Yi Xian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. Daoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yi Xian said. Thank you. Daoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yi Xian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world, it was possible. Immediately, Daoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Ziyuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yi Xian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Yi Xian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time, it was too big of a target. On the second night of Yi Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. "How dare you intercept me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortals. "Sir." At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked. Who are you?" The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked, "Isn't this airship from the explosive flame bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Who are you?" Yi Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the 2 leaders of the explosive flame bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. "I'm the 3rd leader of the explosive flame bandits, Yi Xian. Why are you looking for my 2 brothers?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "I see." The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the explosive flame bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Yi Xian had launched an attack. "What?" The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to attack. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it." In the airship, Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom! The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. "What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow? How is this possible?" The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the explosive flame bandits did it. Chapter 1666. Let's try again. Yi Xian activated the explosive flame flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Yi Xian's flying ship. Boom! Boom! The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Yi Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense? This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run, the flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the third huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 Tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2 5 Tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. Tisk, it's too late to run now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant, he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the 3 from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other 3. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the 6 from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the 6 of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed the 6 of them. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the Old Tree had died and revived beside Yi Xian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yi Xian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, the bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong. However, at this moment. Ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Yes. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yi Xian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again. I'm in need of them, Yi Xian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yi Xian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Oh right, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, "Your Excellency, why are you stopping here?" The young-looking 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, "This is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion." An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed. He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, "Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship? You want to buy the flaming flying ship?" Hearing this, Yi Xian paused for a moment and then replied directly, "Sorry, no." What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use? It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase one attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now, the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. "Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price," the young man said. "Oh, then tell me." Chapter 1667. However, after the young man finished speaking, Yi Xian's face darkened. Although the price was not bad, it was only enough to buy the flying boat that he had just shot down. What kind of joke was this? Since you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Yi Xian snorted and was about to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly stopped Yi Xian and said, "I'm flattering you by paying for your flying boat. Don't be so shameless." "Oh, I don't want your respect. What can you do to me?" Yi Xian's voice came from the flying boat. Hearing this, the young man's face changed and he immediately drew his long sword. "Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the flying boat. Why don't you try? You're courting death." The young man was furious and attacked directly. Whoosh! A beam of cyan swordlight pierced through the air and directly slashed at the blood flame flying ship. However, what was surprising was that his attack only left a small mark on the flying boat. How was it possible that the attack of a 6 tribulation scattered immortal could not break the flying boat's defense? I don't believe it. The young man's eyes widened. This time, he attacked with all his strength. Clear sky white sun slash. Whoosh! The attack this time was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, this attack power was not much stronger than the attack of the middle-aged man with the flying boat just now. Bang! When the sword light dissipated, the blood flame flying ship was only slightly damaged. The degree of damage was less than 3%. A 6 tribulation scattered immortal is not that strong. In the flying boat, Yi Xian sneered. However, he would not let the young man continue to attack. After all, the super-devouring crystal was needed to repair the flying boat. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The moment the young man attacked, he had already sentenced the young man to death. How dare he set his eyes on him? So what if he was a six tribulation scattered immortal? After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they immediately attacked with all their strength. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Heaven Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's Immortal Slaying Puppet. It was using the Immortal Slaying Sword technique to attack the young man. Their attacks were not weak, which made the young man a little dumbfounded. It's really rare for a few Fourth Tribulation loose immortals to have such offensive power. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Although these attacks were strong, his realm was still there. It was not so easy to hurt him. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, but the young man actually managed to block all of the attacks. However, the best part was yet to come. Explosive Flame Attack. The young man suddenly felt a scorching heat. He immediately turned his head and saw a huge fireball smashing towards him. The offensive ability of the exploding flame flying ship had been improved. It was now 1 level stronger than before. The young man clearly hadn't expected this, but he didn't have the ability to avoid it, so he could only block it. However, the attack this time was so powerful that even Old Tree and the others who had broken through were turned into ashes. Old Tree and the other two shared Yi Xian's auxiliary bloodline and had the fire resistance of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Even so, they were burned to death. It was obvious how powerful the exploding flame flying ship was. Even so, the young man still managed to block it. However, at this time, not only were his clothes destroyed, even his skin was burnt. At least 80% of his skin was burnt. An ordinary 6th Tribulation loose immortal would have died from this attack, but he managed to survive it. However, he was already at the end of his strength. Only now did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. Huh, run. Can you outrun the flying ship? Yi Xian grinned, then controlled the flying ship and swept in front of the young man. As the exploding flame flying ship's level increased, it consumed more energy. Yi Xian estimated that he could only fire 2 more shots. After that, the exploding flame flying ship could only fly. However, 2 shots were enough to kill the young man. You're so cruel. You even killed your own people. The young man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. Who said they're dead? Suddenly, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian appeared in front of him. At this time, a word flashed in his mind. Unscathed. How is this possible? The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree and the other two continued to attack. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Grip of the Underworld. Exploding Flame Attack. 2 powerful control skills restrained the severely injured young man, and he once again took the exploding flame flying ship's attack head-on. This time, he couldn't block it and died instantly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, and Yi Xian received a large amount of killing intent. A 6th Tribulation scattered celestial must have a lot of wealth. Yi Xian immediately took the young man's interspatial ring personally. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the items. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 Tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! The embers of thunder fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 Tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 Tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 Tribulation scattered celestial. Yi Xian devoured all the items inside and left some for Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. As for the rest, he used it to strengthen the flying ship. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship speed level has increased. When the two system notifications sounded, Yi Xian glanced at the flying ship system and found that the flying ship's level had also increased. Its attack, defense, speed, and level had all increased. This flying ship alone could probably defeat an ordinary 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Awesome! This time, he also made a lot of money. First, he got rid of a bandit group, and then a 6 tribulation scattered celestial came to die. Next, he would go to Wildfire City to find out about the overlord of the small celestial realm, the Immortal Fate sect. Along the way, he encountered many flying ships, but their levels were not high. Even he could easily destroy a level 3 or level 4 flying ship. However, he didn't know who the people on the flying ships were, so he didn't kill the innocent, unless someone came to provoke him. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Wildfire City. This small celestial realm was different from other places. There was actually a stop for flying ships. Although the exploding flame flying ship looked simple, it was very fast. It was obviously not a simple ship. Chapter 1668. This flying boat is at least grade 5. The owner is only a peak 4 tribulation bodiless immortal. He must have a powerful background. That's right. Even a 6 tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to own a flying boat like this. There's a symbol on the flying boat. Is it a bandit group? Looks like this kid got the flying boat from a bandit group. He's pretty lucky. The people around them discussed among themselves. However, there were some who were more observant. Their eyes lit up when they saw the structure next to the flying boat. The wings of this flying boat are identical to the model of Grandmaster Tianbao in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Is this flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao? An old man's eyes lit up. Even if the flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao was not of a high grade, many experts would fight to buy it for their collection. In other words, this flying boat was priceless. However, Yi Xian did not know this. He had already put away the flying boat. Then, he led Willful and the others into Wildfire City to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. This was their first time entering a city in the small celestial realm, so they wanted to visit. Yi Xian also wanted to buy another flying boat as a gift. Wildfire City was not a powerful city. The city lord was only a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal, so his strength was not bad. There was no hurry to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian took Willful and the others to have a taste of the food in the small immortal realm. According to the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, when the 3 immortals descended to the mortal world, they first selected a group of people from the various sacred lands before establishing the small immortal realm. Therefore, the residents in the small immortal realm were actually from the outside world. Damn! A 4 tribulation bodiless immortal beast was sliced and cooked. Willful and the others exclaimed in surprise in a restaurant in Wildfire City. When the people around them heard this, they could not help but look at them with disdain as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, they did not dare to say anything. However, when they were halfway through their meal, a 5 tribulation bodiless immortal suddenly approached them. Everyone, the city lord invites you in. The 5 tribulation bodiless immortal said. The city lord? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure, but we'll have to wait until we're done eating, Yi Xian said casually. Hearing this, the 5th tribulation loose celestial immediately became furious and shouted, How dare you neglect the city lord's invitation? How dare you? Then I won't go. Yi Xian shrugged. Hearing this, Headstrong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Along the way, they had heard about the realm of the Wildfire City's city master. He was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, the number 1 expert in Wildfire City. However, this realm was not enough to scare Yi Xian. If that's the case, then I can only escort you there. The eyes of the 5th tribulation loose immortal flashed, looking like he was about to attack. He was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal, 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. How could he not be able to deal with him? However, he really couldn't do anything about it. Looks like we can't finish eating. Let's go in first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then a strange energy enveloped Headstrong and the others. Then, Headstrong and the others were all taken into the planting space. The third floor of the restaurant was emptied in an instant. The surrounding people were shocked, even the fifth tribulation loose immortal was shocked. How could the dozens of people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were just illusions? That was impossible. The fifth tribulation loose immortal was shocked because he was a middle-stage fifth tribulation loose immortal. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't hide from him. Before he could react, the sound of something breaking through the air attracted his attention. Yi Xian directly launched a sneak attack. The difference of two realms and the carelessness of the fifth tribulation loose immortal caused his head to be chopped off by Yi Xian. I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always comes to me. Die. After Yi Xian said coldly, he crushed the head. As for the interspatial ring of the opponent, it naturally fell into his pocket. Since such a thing happened, he couldn't stay in Wildfire City any longer. He had to leave immediately. Of course, there was a second way, which was to fight. The people sent by the city lord were killed by me. This matter will probably spread to the city lord's ears soon. At that time, there will be experts, even 6 tribulation loose immortals, coming here. Yi Xian thought to himself, and quickly left Wildfire City. If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to leave. There was a formation in Wildfire City, so it was impossible to take out large things, so the flying boat was useless. If he was intercepted in the city, then it would be a tragedy. Outside, Yi Xian had the help of the exploding flame flying boat, which at least doubled his battle strength. Soon, Yi Xian left the city, but he didn't immediately leave with the exploding flame flying boat. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city. The exploding flame flying boat was already prepared. Because of the flying boat system, Yi Xian didn't need to personally control it. In addition, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were already in position in the planting space. Once the battle started, they would immediately join the battle. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a group of city guards led by a middle-aged man walked out. A 6th tribulation loose immortal, 5 5th tribulation loose immortal, and more than 10 4th tribulation loose immortal. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and immediately saw through the opponent's realm. These people probably couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the exploding flame flying boat. How dare you kill the city lord's subordinates in my Wildfire City? If you know what's good for you, then surrender. The middle-aged man leading the group said sternly. You talk too much. You're courting death. Yi Xian shouted coldly, and directly released Old Tree and the other 2, and then attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged man leading the group of city guards shouted coldly, and directly led the group of city guards to attack. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Old Tree directly used his ultimate move, and 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons rushed out, attacking the enemy. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly, but his expression didn't look too good because he felt that this attack was no small matter. He estimated that even a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Fortunately, he was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, so he took the lead to rush out and faced it head-on. However, because of this, he fell into the old tree's trap. After the 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons, there were 9 lightning and fire chains. After the middle-aged man defeated the heavenly dragons, the 9 lightning and fire chains were locked on his body. 1 on the neck, 2 on the arms, wrists, thighs and calves, making a total of 9. The power of the lightning instantly paralyzed the 6th tribulation loose immortal. Humph, you want to trap me with this kind of little trick? The 6th tribulation loose immortal immediately circulated his vital energy to remove the paralysis effect. Chapter 1669. Not good. This time, his expression finally changed, but it was too late. This meteorite-like fireball had already arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This huge fireball directly engulfed him. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This sixth tribulation loose immortal was slightly weaker than the previous youth. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was directly killed. His death shocked the others. Wasn't this flying ship's attack power a little too crazy? Before they could react, the second fireball had already arrived. Even if those people resisted with all their strength, they could not block this fireball's attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang out. This group of city guards was directly killed by Yi Xian, leaving only the Qianquan ring as a remnant. Those onlookers were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. If this flying ship attacked Wildfire City, how long could the city barrier array last? However, Yi Xian would not do this kind of thing. After all, he was not going to massacre the city. This time's harvest was not bad, but Yi Xian was still unable to reach the level of fourth tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, he was thinking whether to leave or continue to stay. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be more powerful experts appearing. Even a sixth tribulation peak city lord would appear. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the city lord was looking for him. Therefore, he decided to stay. Today, he was going to have another big battle. Not long after, the news spread to the city lord mansion. Following that, the city lord was furious and led the experts to rush out. There were a total of 6 tribulation loose immortals. Including the city lord, there were 7 of them. In addition, there were more than 25th tribulation loose immortals. This was the strength of the city lord mansion. Facing such a powerful team, Yi Xian did not have any stage fright and just looked at them. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my place? The city lord of Wildfire City shouted angrily. You are the city lord of Wildfire City? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. That's me. The city lord of Burning Field City widened his eyes and replied. I want to ask you, why did you send people to find trouble with me for no reason? Do I have a grudge against you? Yi Xian immediately asked. I also wish to ask you, where did you obtain this exploding flame-flying boat? The Burning Field City's city master asked. Yi Xian said, where did it come from? What does it have to do with you? If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat should be made by Grandmaster Tian Bao of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's an all-round flying boat that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even I might not be able to afford such a level 6 flying boat, the city lord of Wildfire City said. You can't afford it because you're not capable, Yi Xian mocked. However, the explosive flame-flying ship was originally only a level 5 flying ship. It only became a level 6 flying ship after going through the flying ship system. Such a flying ship was indeed something that the city lord of Burning Field City could not afford. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Die. The city lord of the Burning Field City did not say anything and directly attacked. Yi Xian was taken aback. This old man was swift and decisive, taking action as soon as he said so. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to use his ultimate move. At the same time, he also directly attacked. It had been a long time since he personally fought to his heart's content. Slaughter Seal. He first condensed a Slaughter Seal and then started attacking. As long as he condensed 2 Slaughter Seals, then he could use 2 more Slaughter Seals to stack up to 5 Slaughter Seals. Then, he would use all of them to unleash the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. He had not used the Immortal Slaying Sword formation since he merged with the Immortal Slaying Bloodline until now. Today, he would test its power. At the same time, he controlled the flying boat to circle to one side and launched the exploding flame attack. However, a large number of experts had come to the City Lord Mansion this time. Even the exploding flame attack was completely destroyed by the other experts. At present, the exploding flame flying boat's energy could still launch 3 attacks. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy. The ones participating in this battle were Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Due to the difference of 6 realms, Yi Xian did not dare to approach the city lord. After all, there was a difference of 6 realms between them. If he was not careful, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, among the people that the city lord of Wildfire City brought this time, in addition to the 6th and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals, there were also 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. In an instant, Yi Xian controlled a large number of 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and made them attack the surrounding experts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled. The city lord of Wildfire City clearly did not expect that so many people would betray him. He subconsciously reacted. It must be Yi Xian who controlled these people. This joint attack caused the fall of 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. This brought a lot of killing intent to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 2 slaughter seals. As long as he gathered 1 more seal, he would be able to use the immortal slaying sword formation. However, the first time, he killed 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals because of a sneak attack. Now that everyone had reacted, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had other moves. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly went past the city lord of Wildfire City and arrived beside a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Then, he directly used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof directly fell and stepped on 2 people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the 2nd Unicorn Descend. Bang! This hoof instantly killed the 2 people. As for the 3rd hoof, Yi Xian aimed at the group of 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 more system notifications sounded. This time, the 3rd slaughter seal was finally condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian had used the slaughter engraving skill twice. 5 slaughter seals. Come, immortal slaying sword formation. After Yi Xian used up 5 slaughter seals, a huge formation with him as the center appeared. In the air, various weapons quickly appeared. They were all long swords. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, although Yi Xian did not count in detail, these long swords had already covered the sky. Before everyone could react, the immortal slaying sword formation began to operate. Tens of thousands of long swords began to sweep. Whoosh! Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind whistled. Chapter 1670. However, at this moment Yi Xian's mind is ringing continuously. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just an instant, several 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. At the same time, all the 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the Wildfire City Lord's face is gloomy. This formation was set up by the peak 4th Tribulation Loose Immortal Yi Xian. Its power is not small. Most importantly, Yi Xian is immune to these long swords. They will pass through his body and will not cause any harm. This means that he can attack from within the formation. However, he does not want to do so. Because in less than 3 seconds, the rest of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortals will all die. Only the Wildfire City Lord is left. At the same time, the Wildfire City Lord is covered with injuries and will not be able to hold on for much longer. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Yi Xian squints his eyes and uses death-chasing order to mark the Wildfire City Lord and then flashes over. Eye of Assassination. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Chapter 1671. Up ahead is the most dangerous place in the small immortal realm, the immortal tomb. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to come out alive. The 7 tribulation bodiless immortal furrowed his brows. The immortal tomb was a very strange place. Even if he drove a flying boat in, he might still die. So he decided not to chase after him. Of course, he had to see Yi Xian enter the immortal tomb with his own eyes. However, Yi Xian did not know about this dangerous place and rushed in with the remaining half of the exploding flame-flying boat. It's dark. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were dark, and then there was no light at all. Fortunately, he had the eye of revelation, so he could see everything around him. But what surprised him was that the 7 tribulation bodiless immortal did not chase after him. Something was wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He knew that he'd chased into a dangerous place. He immediately used the eyes of the void, but the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The eyes of the void is temporarily unavailable. Yi Xian's heart sank. What was this place? Even the eyes of the void could not be used. The space in the small immortal realm was very stable. Even the 7 tribulation bodiless immortal chasing after Yi Xian could not break through the void. Yi Xian could not either, but his eyes of the void could be used under normal circumstances. It seemed that he had entered a dangerous place. This is not a good place to stay. Let's retreat first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to repair the flying boat and then took a detour to leave this dark place. But at this moment, boom! A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded out from the dark surroundings, as if thunder had struck. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was no light at all. The next moment, the flying boat could no longer fly and fell from the sky. Forbidden space array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Because even he couldn't fly, he directly fell down from the sky. Fortunately, with his physique, he would not be injured even if he fell from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. If an expert fell to his death, could he still be called an expert? However, just as the flying ship was about to pass through, Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to see a huge stone tablet in front of them. No, it wasn't a stone tablet, but a gigantic tombstone. But that was not the point. The point was that when the flying boat was about to land, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The exploding flame-flying ship didn't land. Instead, it headed straight for the core of the planet. The F***CK? Yi Xian was shocked. What was going on? All of a sudden, a forbidden space formation appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to enter, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground, allowing him to enter. What was going on? It seemed that there was a super powerful existence controlling everything behind the scenes. Yi Xian was already on high alert. The old tree and the others were also on standby in the planting space. If there was any danger, they would immediately charge out. However, Yi Xian was too paranoid. Soon, the flying boat was inserted into the ground, and the hole disappeared quietly. At this time, the flying boat had been repaired. Yi Xian hid inside and quietly observed his surroundings with his eye of revelation. The flying boat was a 6th grade flying boat with a 6th grade defensive power. Even a 7th tribulation loose immortal would have to spend some effort to break it, so it was relatively safe. There was nothing around except for a large door. At this time, the cave suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared. This was an old man. He seemed very ordinary, but Yi Xian, who was in the explosive flame-flying ship, knew that he wasn't such a simple person. "Fated person, come out and meet me," the old man said slowly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he was in big trouble and secretly cursed his bad luck. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Yi Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he asked, "Senior, why did you lead me here?" The old man did not answer this question. He said, "Young man, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, your flying boat can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, then forcefully cut the explosive flame-flying boat in half. This time, Yi Xian was terrified. It was just a figure, but it had such power. This freaking figure was at least a 9th tribulation loose immortal. Since the flying boat's defensive power was useless, Yi Xian could only walk out and face the old man. "Young man, since you can come here, it means that we are fated. Next, I will give you a great opportunity," the old man said. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "What fated? You clearly forced me to come here." However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, 2 beams of light burst out of his eyes. Was it a good fortune or a great one? "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian forcefully suppressed his joy and said in astonishment. "To tell you the truth, I'm already dead. This flowing light palace is my tomb. In this flowing light palace, there are the treasures I left behind. But if you want to enter, you need a key," the old man said. "Dead? Treasures? Key?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How did he come across such a good thing? Something was fishy. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian asked. "Very simple. I want you to go to the Immortal Destiny sect and get the key. Then, this treasure is yours," the old man replied. When the words, Immortal Destiny sect, fell into Yi Xian's ears, he could not help but shudder. "The key is in the Immortal Destiny sect?" Yi Xian was shocked. The Immortal Destiny sect was the overlord of the lesser immortal realm. If this old man had connections with them, could he be an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect? The old man narrowed his weathered eyes. "Young man, I'm Flowing Light. Haven't you heard of me?" "Flowing Light? What's wrong with this name?" Yi Xian was a little confused. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. What a hothead. The old man smiled faintly. "I, Flowing Light Immortal, am one of the 3 great immortals of the lesser immortal realm. I am also the founder of the Immortal Destiny sect." "What?" As soon as he said this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. The old man in front of him was one of the 3 great immortals who'd founded the lesser immortal realm. Immortals were much stronger than itinerant immortals. But that was not the point. The point was, how could an immortal die? "Senior, since you are an immortal, how could you die?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. This lesser immortal realm was founded by Flowing Light Immortal and 2 other immortals. In this lesser immortal realm, Flowing Light Immortal was almost invincible. How could he die? Chapter 1672. Something? Yi Xian was shocked and asked, "What is it?" "This is also the reason why I brought you in. You have the same aura as that thing, so you must have gotten it before." After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly condensed the shadow of a black stone in his hand. There was a strange pattern on the black stone, which was very familiar to Yi Xian. "This is the devouring source?" Yi Xian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Now, he understood why he came in. It was because he had once obtained a devouring source in the Blood Rock continent. At that time, that devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. If he devoured another one, he might be able to level up again. This strange thing can devour all things, then convert them into immortal power and give it back to me. The other 2 immortals found out about this secret of mine and attacked me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, but not long after, I was seriously injured and died. Before I died, I set up a fallen immortal formation. Anyone who enters will be killed by the fallen immortal formation, even 9 tribulation loose immortals. After the old man finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. The other 2 immortals were my senior and junior brothers in the same sect, and also my best friends. But because of this thing, they could not help but attack me. They knew that the immortal tomb was where I died, but because of the fallen immortal formation, they did not dare to enter. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but break out in cold sweat. This fallen immortal formation could even kill 9 tribulation loose immortals, and even real immortals were afraid of it, let alone a 5 tribulation loose immortal like him. Senior, since this is your tomb, can't you just open the door? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, my Qian Kuan ring has been marked by them. Once it is opened, they will know. At that time, they will try their best to come in. Lumen Immortal shook his head. Then wouldn't it be the same if I opened it with the key? Yi Xian frowned. That's different. By the time you go to the Immortal Destiny sect to retrieve the key, I would have already set up a concealment array. Although it can only conceal you for a day, it's enough for you to take everything away, said Immortal Luminous. Yi Xian paused and said, so you're saying that this key isn't the key to opening the door, and it's not the key? If possible, it would be best to obtain that key. That is the key to opening the passageway to the immortal plane, Immortal Luminous said. A passage to the immortal world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, isn't it closed now? That's right, the passageway to the celestial realm is indeed closed. However, do you know why? After Celestial Lumen finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before he continued. All those years ago, the three of us were hunted down in the immortal world, and we had no choice but to hide in the lower realms. After that, we removed the key to the Immortal Ascension platform and unilaterally closed the passageway to the immortal world. That way, the people of the immortal world wouldn't be able to come down. It's you, seniors? Yi Xian was shocked. However, by doing so, we've already violated the heavenly rules of the immortal realm. If the passageway to the immortal realm opens again, we definitely won't be able to avoid it. That's why the other two didn't dare to open the passageway to the immortal realm. Most importantly, I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform. It's all in my tomb. As long as you obtain the key, you can open the passageway to the immortal realm. After hearing Immortal Luminous words, Yi Xian fell silent. After a while, he said, the key to the Immortal Ascension platform should be in the hands of the other two immortals, right? The key to the Immortal Ascension platform is called the Immortal Token of Ascension. However, since I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform, the array can no longer be used. Hence, the Immortal Token of Ascension alone is useless. The Immortal Token of Ascension has already become the token of the Immortal Destiny sect leader. It's not in their hands, Immortal Luminous said. Sect leader, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. The rest were at most peak 9th tribulation scattered immortals. If that was the case, he could deal with them. Senior, besides wanting me to obtain the Immortal Token of Ascension, do you have any other requests? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Back then, I was hunted down and came to the lower realm. My only regret is needless to say. My request is that after you open the passageway to the immortal realm, you bring my corpse back to the real Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Luminous sighed. The real Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he nodded and said, all right, I'll definitely do it. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, Immortal Luminous nodded slightly and said, although this is the first time we've met, I can feel that you're not an ordinary person. I can see that you've been cultivating for less than 100 years, right? After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. An immortal was indeed an immortal. His eyesight was really sharp. He actually guessed correctly. However, it had not even been 20 years since he started cultivating. Where did 100 years come from? You should also have a piece of that black stone. With it, it's reasonable for you to have this much. However, I don't intend to give it to you now, unless you can bring back the immortal token, Immortal Luminous said. But I'm only a 5 tribulation scattered immortal now. How can I enter the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Very simple. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly took out 5 stones and said, these are called Immortal Destiny stones. With them, you can enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 1 piece for an outer sect disciple, 2 pieces for an inner sect disciple, and 3 pieces can directly become an elder's personal disciple. What are these? How can they be so powerful? Yi Xian took the 3 white stones and quickly scanned them with his eye of revelation. However, he did not discover anything. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. We pay attention to fate. When we established the Immortal Destiny sect, we spread them out. These 3 stones are actually immortal stones that I brought down from the immortal realm. However, there's a formation on them. If you don't break it, you won't be able to see anything. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly broke the formation on the 2 immortal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. It's an immortal stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up and quickly swallowed the immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Hiss. After hearing the series of system notifications, Yi Xian could not help but gasp. Just one immortal stone had allowed him to jump 2 realms. If it was not for the tribulation, he would have continued to break through. What a loss. Scary, too scary. Just one immortal stone allowed me to break through twice. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, he was now very poor and could not shorten the tribulation time to 0. Therefore, he could only be stuck at the peak of 5 tribulation scattered immortal. It's really powerful. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, with this black stone, I could even break through the shackles of immortals and become a heaven immortal. Chapter 1673. Above the immortals is the sky immortal. Yi Xian heard some clues. Immortals were naturally divided into ranks. Lumen Immortal was the most ordinary immortal, followed by the sky immortal. He did not know what was above the sky immortal realm. However, Yi Xian did not care. He would know once he reached the required level. Although I have a lot of wealth, I can't give it all to you now. As long as you get the Hui Hui Immortal token, I'll give it all to you. You can even ascend to the immortal realm. Lumen Immortal threw the 3 immortal opportunity stones to Yi Xian. With these 3 immortal opportunity stones, Yi Xian could enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 3 immortal opportunity stones can make an elder take you in as a personal disciple. However, after I went missing, I think, although Lumen Immortal did not continue, Yi Xian understood. The other 2 immortals were eyeing Lumen Immortal's devouring source, so they attacked him. With one less big shot in the Immortal Destiny sect, Lumen Immortal's subordinates would naturally be taken away. Even so, I can suggest that you become Elder Tianbao's subordinate. He is an upright person who does not fight for power. He is the first batch of people I brought in from the outside world. Take these 3 immortal opportunity stones and become his disciple, Lumen Immortal said. Tianbao? Yi Xian was familiar with this name. The city lord of Wildfire City had said that his flaming flying ship was made by Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao of the Sky Treasure Pavilion should be Elder Tianbao of the Immortal Destiny sect. Yes. Yi Xian nodded in response. Alright, you can go now. However, remember not to reveal that you entered the immortal tomb. Otherwise, you should know the consequences, Lumen Immortal said. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Lumen Immortal. Go. After you leave from the north of the immortal tomb. Head northeast for a day and you will reach Flying Cloud City. Then, you can use the transportation formation in Flying Cloud City to reach the foot of the Immortal Destiny sect. Lumen Immortal waved his hand and the hole at the top appeared again. All right. Yi Xian responded and immediately left. However, before that, he had already changed his appearance to that of an ordinary man. The lower the profile, the easier it would be to infiltrate the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he steered the blazing flying ship to the northern edge of the Immortal Tomb. Grandmaster Tianbao made my exploding flame flying ship, so it's very eye-catching. However, I have the flying boat system. In addition to upgrading the flying boat system can also change the appearance of the flying boat according to my wishes. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately changed the shape of the flying ship. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence. The explosive flame flying ship had shrunk in size. It was originally 1,000 meters long, but now it was only 50 meters long. Even its outer shape had changed. It was originally a rhombus-shaped flying ship with small wings, but now it was a cylinder. At first glance, it looked like a big one. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, right? Although the appearance of the flying ship had changed, its attack, defense, and speed were still at the 6th grade. Moreover, with Yi Xian's ability, even if he saw the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal from the Immortal Destiny Enforcement team, he would not be able to recognize him. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the Immortal Destiny sect. Right now, I have 3 sealed Immortal Destiny stones and 1 useless Immortal stone. I'm now a peak 5 Tribulation bodiless immortal. If I want to pass the tribulation, I'll need treasures of heaven and earth, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There must be a lot of good stuff in the Immortal Tomb. Those bodiless immortals who had barged in were all killed by Lumen Immortal. Their corpses might still be scattered around the Immortal Tomb. At this thought, Yi Xian steered the flying ship and entered the Immortal Tomb again. He was discovered by Lumen Immortal as soon as he entered. However, Lumen Immortal immediately understood that Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. This kid, Lumen Immortal did not know whether to laugh or cry but did not object. After all, it would take at most 3 days to explore the entire Immortal Tomb. Even 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye. What was 3 days? Originally, many bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Tomb to train. However, after a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal died inside, almost no one entered. Most of the treasures were taken away by Lumen Immortal. However, Lumen Immortal was too lazy to collect the items left behind by the 6 Tribulation and 7 Tribulation bodiless immortals. This allowed Yi Xian to benefit. Yi Xian spent 5 days exploring the Immortal Tomb thoroughly and obtained many good things. During this time, Luo also broke through to the peak of 5 Tribulation bodiless immortal. Since they were in the Immortal Tomb, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He would wait until Luo had the confidence to pass the tribulation together. When Yi Xian summoned the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and Luo out of the planting space, Luminous Celestial was shocked. Even he did not realize that Yi Xian had such a skill. Yi Xian and the others once again underwent their tribulations. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has successfully passed the tribulation. The host is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early 6 tribulation scattered celestial. This was not the end. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot in the Immortal Tomb. After successfully passing the tribulation, he immediately started devouring. The early stage of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal, the middle stage of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal, the peak of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. In an instant, he soared up again. However, this time, he did not have enough heaven and earth treasures. He only reduced the time to pass the tribulation by 300 years. After all, luminous celestial had taken away all the immortals above 8 tribulations scattered celestial. Damn! But this was not bad. After all, when Yi Xian entered the immortal tomb, he had just passed the 4 tribulations scattered celestial not long ago. Now, he was already the city lord of Wildfire City. It's about time. Let's go to Swallow City and then teleport to Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he boarded the flying ship and left the immortal tomb. Previously, he had obtained many good things. Therefore, he strengthened the flying ship. Now, the flying ship's attack power had increased to level 7. Its defense power was also level 7. It was just that its speed was a little lower. Therefore, it was still at level 6. However, this was enough. After using the new flying ship to travel for a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at Swallow City. Before entering the city, Yi Xian specially glanced at the wanted posters. He did not see his wanted poster. He reckoned that the 7 tribulations scattered celestial thought that he was already dead. After all, even a 9 tribulations scattered celestial might not be able to come out alive after entering the immortal tomb. Chapter 1674. Swallow City was much larger than Wildfire City, and the city lord was a 7 tribulation itinerant immortal. There was a transportation formation that led to the Immortal Destiny Sect. Although the cost was not small, Yi Xian could still afford it. As the top faction in the small immortal world, the Immortal Destiny Sect naturally had many people who wanted to come to the Immortal Destiny Sect to seek opportunities. Who knew if an expert from the Immortal Destiny Sect would take him in as a disciple? The Immortal Destiny Sect was all about fate. The Immortal Destiny Sect was very strict in accepting disciples. After all, it was the top faction. There were many people who came with Immortal Destiny stones in their history. However, there had only been 2 people like Yi Xian who came with 3 Immortal Destiny stones. One was an elder of the Immortal Destiny Sect, and the chief blacksmith of the Immortal Destiny Sect, Tian Bao. The other had become the current sect leader of the Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian was the third. At this time, Yi Xian had already ascended the stairs of the Immortal Destiny Sect with the Immortal Destiny Stone in hand. After a while, he arrived at the gates of the Immortal Destiny Sect, but was stopped by 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples in blue and white robes. "Sir, you are not a disciple of the Immortal Destiny Sect." "What is the matter?" one of the Immortal Destiny Sect disciples asked. Yi Xian sized up the 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples and was shocked. These 2 were both 7 tribulation itinerant immortals. The Immortal Destiny Sect was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, senior brothers. I found an Immortal Destiny Stone," so, as Yi Xian spoke, he took out an Immortal Destiny Stone from the Devour space. After seeing the Immortal Destiny Stone, the 2 disciples suddenly widened their eyes, and greed flashed in their eyes. Immortal Destiny Stone, it was actually an Immortal Destiny Stone. As disciples of the Immortal Destiny Sect, they naturally knew what an Immortal Destiny Stone was. That was an immortal stone. Using an immortal stone to invest in the Immortal Destiny Sect was actually a huge loss. However, the seal on the immortal stone could only be undone by the experts of the Immortal Destiny Sect. If it could not be undone, the immortal stone was trash, no different from the ordinary stones on the ground. "Junior brother, you are really lucky to have obtained an Immortal Destiny Stone. How did you get it?" a guarding disciple asked. "It's like this. In order to transcend the tribulation, I found a cave to cultivate in. I found this Immortal Opportunity Stone in that cave," Yi Xian answered honestly. "Junior brother's luck is really too good. An Immortal Destiny Stone can allow you to join my Immortal Destiny Sect and become an outer sect disciple. I grew up in the Immortal Destiny Sect since I was young. After experiencing thousands of years, I'm still just an inner sect disciple." A disciple guarding the mountain said enviously. If an outer sect disciple of Immortal Destiny Sect wanted to enter the inner sect, he had to be at least a 7 tribulation loose immortal. These two guarding disciples were both 7 tribulation loose immortals, so they were already inner sect disciples. Originally, Immortal Lumen's plan was to let Yi Xian spend 3 immortal opportunity stones to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. However, Yi Xian had asked around at the foot of the mountain and found that the rules had changed. Originally, 1 immortal opportunity stone could enter the outer sect to cultivate. 2 immortal opportunity stones could directly enter the inner sect. 3 immortal opportunity stones could choose an elder to become his disciple. However, after the Immortal Destiny sect's rules changed, 3 immortal opportunity stones could only enter the inner sect. To become an elder's disciple, one had to spend 5 immortal opportunity stones. Now, Yi Xian had 3 immortal opportunity stones and 1 unused immortal opportunity stone. It was not enough to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. Instead, he could use 1 immortal opportunity stone to enter the outer sect and then transcend the tribulation to become a 7 tribulation loose immortal. This way, he could directly enter the inner sect. This method was more economical. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to save money. After all, he had a lot of time. Why waste immortal opportunity stones? As long as he found a way to break the seal of the immortal opportunity stones, then those 2 immortal opportunity stones would be his. At that time, he would have 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother, one look and I can tell that you are fated with our Immortal Destiny sect. Come, I'll bring you to the outer sect, Elder Chiu. After speaking, a guarding disciple led Yi Xian directly into the Immortal Destiny sect. Along the way, the Immortal Destiny sect disciples all looked at the Immortal Opportunity Stone in Yi Xian's hand with greedy eyes. Of course, some people directly showed disdain for Yi Xian. After all, most of these people had entered the Immortal Destiny sect because of their talent and intelligence. How could a piece of trash like Yi Xian, who had entered the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining an Immortal Opportunity Stone, be on equal footing with them? After a while, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to the back of the Sundry Hall. Elder Chiu, this disciple requests an audience. The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. No. An old voice came from inside. Ahem. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. This Elder Chiu was quite haughty. Elder Chiu, someone has brought an Immortal Opportunity Stone. The guarding disciple hurriedly added. After saying that, there was a moment of silence inside. Then, an old man walked out. Your luck is not bad to be able to obtain an Immortal Opportunity Stone. Elder Chiu snorted coldly and directly took the Immortal Opportunity Stone from Yi Xian's hand. Come back tomorrow for the Immortal Opportunity Stone. After a fated person obtained an Immortal Opportunity Stone, not only could he use it to enter the Immortal Destiny sect, but an elder would then undo the seal on the Immortal Opportunity Stone and pass it to the fated person. Therefore, this Immortal Opportunity Stone was still Yi Xian's. Although Yi Xian could directly use 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones to enter the inner sect, and the Immortal Opportunity Stone would be his afterwards, that would be too ostentatious. After all, it had only happened twice in history. It was better to keep a low profile. Following that, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to register. The latter directly became a member of the Immortal Destiny sect, received an identity token, and was assigned a place to stay. Junior brother, news of you obtaining an Immortal Opportunity Stone and entering the outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect has probably spread. I estimate that many outer sect disciples will come looking for you. The guarding disciple said. Come looking for me? Why? Yi Xian was a little confused. You have to know that the Immortal Opportunity Stone is actually an Immortal Opportunity Stone. It's just that there's a seal on it. After 3 days, you'll obtain an Immortal Opportunity Stone without the seal. If you refine more than 10 Immortal Opportunity Stones, then you might be able to condense immortal power. The guarding disciple replied. Immortal power? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Itinerant immortals and itinerant immortals might have the word immortal in their names, but they were still in the realm of mortals. They still used true qi in their bodies, not immortal power. However, as long as they refined 10 Immortal Opportunity Stones, then they might be able to condense immortal power. As long as they could condense immortal power, would anyone in the same realm be a match for them? Even if they challenged those of a higher realm, it would not be a problem. If that's the case, then many people will indeed come looking for you. But why are there only outer sect disciples? Yi Xian asked curiously. Chapter 1675. The guarding disciple paused for a moment. That's why many outer sect disciples are backed by inner sect disciples. They stay in the outer sect and snatch immortal stones from anyone who obtains them. Although immortal opportunity stones can only be obtained by fated people, this is a world where the strong are respected. It's fate that allows one to obtain immortal stones. As long as no one dies, the sect won't care. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. In the end, it all depends on one's strength. Junior brother, if you're willing, you can use these immortal stones to exchange for natural treasures. Then, they won't dare to touch you. Don't worry, these natural treasures are enough for you to cultivate to peak 7th tribulation bodiless immortal or even 8th tribulation bodiless immortal. The guarding disciple finally showed his true colors. An immortal stone was very precious. Even the elites who ranked at the top of the inner sect would have to spend a long time to obtain one. If the guarding disciple obtained an immortal stone, he would definitely give it to others in exchange for cultivation resources. After all, he knew he could not obtain 10 immortal stones. For ordinary people, it was impossible to obtain immortal power if they could not obtain 10 immortal stones. However, immortal stones could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level. Moreover, he could completely devour immortal stones. He might not even need 10 immortal stones to condense immortal power. My apologies, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't explain further and directly said. Humph. The guarding disciple was extremely displeased when he heard this. He thought to himself that Yi Xian did not know what was good for him. Since that was the case, he did not waste any more words and turned to leave. As expected, not long after he left, someone came looking for him. You're Yi Xian? A burly man came looking for him with a dozen underlings. What's the matter? Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and said without raising his head. The burly man in front of him was already a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal. The underlings behind him were also 6 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were not weak. However, this kind of strength wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could use his eye of the soul to control the other party the moment they entered the door. However, he felt that there was no need to do so. I heard that you obtained an immortal destiny stone and entered the outer sect of the immortal destiny sect, so I came here to give you a chance. As long as you give me the immortal stone, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect. Even if you are promoted to the inner sect, you will have the protection of the 10th ranked senior brother Yuaning. Senior brother Yuaning, who is ranked 10th in the inner sect. Yi Xian grinned and said, what if I don't hand it over? Then, I'll do it myself. The brawny man snorted. He could also feel that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. However, it had been more than 1,000 years since he broke through to the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. In addition, he had the protection of Yuaning, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect, so his strength was not to be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a brat who came in by luck? If that's the case, then why don't you do it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was ready to fight. You've got guts. More than 20 years ago, someone said that to me, and I crippled his limbs. Brat, do you want to fight here, or do you want to go to the immortal battle platform with me? The brawny man snorted. The outer sect of the immortal destiny sect was relatively lax. As long as no lives were lost, it was allowed. However, it could not be done at any time. If one wanted to snatch the other party's item, they had to go to the immortal battle platform. After all, if they fought here, it would cause too much of a commotion and they would be stopped very quickly. Up to you. Yi Xian replied casually. If that's the case, then come with me. The brawny man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not waste time and followed him. Along the way, there were still many people who looked at Yi Xian with gloating eyes. There were also some who shook their heads. People like Yi Xian who did not know what was good for them were not rare. As the saying went, bear with it for a while and you'll be free. Why ruin one's future for a piece of immortal stone? Soon, Yi Xian followed the brawny man to the outer sect immortal battle platform. The Immortal Destiny sect was relatively amiable. Only gambling could be done on the immortal battle platform, and not life and death. Senior brother, if you want my immortal stone, then you have to take out some treasures. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said. Humph, if you can beat me, then everything in this interspatial ring will be yours. After the brawny man finished speaking, he took off the interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. There were many things in the interspatial ring. After all, the brawny man was considered a tyrant in the outer sect. In fact, he could have passed the 6th tribulation of itinerant immortal and become a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, then be promoted to the inner sect. He stayed in the outer sect to help senior brother Yuaning in the inner sect collect immortal stones. Yi Xian checked the contents of the interspatial ring. Although it was not much, it could reduce his tribulation time by 200 years. It was not bad. Alright, I agree to the gambling match. Yi Xian nodded and threw the interspatial ring back. The manager of the immortal battle platform at the side also understood the sequence of events. So Yi Xian had entered the Immortal Destiny sect by relying on Immortal Destiny stones. Alright, I understand the stakes of both parties. The rules are simple. No deaths. If you are sent flying out of the immortal battle platform, you lose. Of course, you can also surrender on the platform, the 8 tribulations scattered immortal said. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you get on the immortal battle platform, then, before the brawny man could finish, Yi Xian flew directly onto the immortal battle platform. How dare you? The brawny man did not waste any more words and jumped up. At this time, 2 groups of people flew over. They were also tyrants of the outer sect. When they saw Yi Xian and the brawny man get on the immortal battle platform, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Damn it, he got there first. On the immortal battle platform, Yi Xian and the brawny man faced each other. They were both peak 6 tribulation scattered immortals and had the same cultivation level. However, most people thought the brawny man would win. After all, the brawny man had already obtained 3 immortal stones for senior brother Yuaning, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect. The battle was about to start. Kid, you're courting death. The brawny man had been training his body since he was young, so his physique was incomparably strong. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced on Yi Xian like a cheetah. However, Yi Xian had never lost in terms of physique. When the brawny man pounced, Yi Xian suddenly exploded with a speed even more terrifying than the brawny man's. Bam! A powerful fist smashed into the brawny man's chest. All the power in the fist leaked out and sent the brawny man flying out of the immortal battle platform. Instant kill. The outcome of this battle was decided in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8 tribulations scattered immortal battle platform manager was dumbfounded. Chapter 1676. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian smiled and poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space. His heavenly tribulation time was reduced by 200 years. The brawny man received a huge blow as he stared in astonishment. Only when Yi Xian accepted the universe ring did he react. How is that possible? The brawny man exclaimed. At this moment, someone immediately flashed onto the stage. It's my turn. This person was also a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal and one of the top 10 inner disciples. He was stronger than the brawny man. Senior brother, you have to give me something that satisfies me before I'll use immortal stones to bet with you. Yi Xian said. Take it. The person did not waste time. He took out a weapon and threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that there were more items than the brawny man. He nodded in satisfaction and threw the interspatial ring to the steward of the arena. His stake is the interspatial ring. Are you still betting with immortal stones? The steward asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Although he did not have the immortal stones yet, he could go to Elder Chiu tomorrow. It would not make any difference. The second battle began. As expected, the disciple with the sword was sent flying by Yi Xian with one punch. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. 2 victories with only 2 punches. Yi Xian's strength had shocked everyone present. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to challenge these people. This kid is tough. But senior brother Yang already has 9 immortal stones. If he has 1 more, he might be able to condense immortal force. Then he will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3 inner disciples. One of the people below the arena thought for a moment and jumped onto the arena again. He did not waste time. After taking out his weapon, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. That's enough. Yi Xian nodded. The third battle began. There was no suspense in this battle. His opponent was directly knocked off the immortal battle platform by Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian only had 100 years left to go through his tribulation. If he could get some good stuff, he would be able to go through his tribulation immediately. As long as he passed the 6th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and became a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, he could directly refine the immortal stone. By then, he could quickly break through again. However, after winning 3 matches in a row, not many people dared to go on stage anymore. Although it wasn't fatal, Yi Xian wouldn't agree to the bet if he didn't offer something. In the end, 2 more people went up to the stage to try, but they also failed. As a result, Yi Xian had gathered enough natural treasures for his tribulation. After the 5 people left, no one dared to go up because Yi Xian had just sent the number 1 expert of the outer sect flying. He was the true number 1 in the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect. Yi Xian, you can only make a name for yourself in the outer sect. Don't you want to rise to the inner sect in the future? At this time, the burly man suddenly shouted again. I don't want to worry about the future now. Yi Xian sneered, then left. On the immortal battle platform, he had already intimidated everyone. No one would come to find trouble with him. Inner sect? When he retrieved the immortal stone tomorrow, he would directly begin his tribulation. However, Old Tree was now a peak 6th tribulation itinerant immortal, so Yi Xian secretly gave him an immortal destiny stone, then let him join the immortal destiny sect. In one day, 2 people actually used an immortal destiny stone to enter the immortal destiny sect. This was very rare. After that, those people went to find trouble with Old Tree, but they were beaten up again by Old Tree and gained many benefits. After that, they found out that Yi Xian was in cahoots with Old Tree. When they found out, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. The next day, Yi Xian brought Old Tree to find Elder Chiu. The seal on the 2 immortal destiny stones had been undone. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. You're not weak, but when you rise to the inner sect in the future, you'll be in trouble. The number 1 in the inner sect is already a 9th tribulation itinerant immortal and has condensed immortal power. You'd better watch out, Elder Chiu kindly reminded them. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Chiu's fox tail was revealed. Of course, if you give these 2 immortal stones to me, I guarantee that they won't dare to find trouble with you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. We want to refine these 2 immortal stones ourselves. Yi Xian directly refused. Do as you wish then. I don't lack these 2 immortal stones anyway. Elder Chiu snorted coldly and prepared to enter the door. However, at that moment, Yi Xian suddenly called out, Elder Chiu, please wait for a moment. What's the matter? Elder Chiu turned around. May I know the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone? Where can I get it? Yi Xian asked directly. When he heard that, Elder Chiu instinctively reacted and exclaimed, You have another one? No. I'm just thinking about what to do if I get another one in the future. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. He did indeed have an immortal destiny stone and an immortal stone in his devouring space, but it was better to keep those things to himself. Elder Chiu looked at Yi Xian skeptically. He did not quite believe Yi Xian's words, but he did not ask further. He said directly, the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone can be exchanged in the inner sect. The inner sect, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Then, he left with the old tree. Next, he opened up a secret room and began to undergo the tribulation. Young master, in the immortal destiny sect, all 7 tribulation bodiless immortals will be forcibly promoted to the inner sect. There will be a lot of pressure when the time comes, the old tree reminded him. At most I'll be a peak 7 tribulation bodiless immortal when the time comes, unless I can get some rare treasures and undergo tribulation again. Yi Xian nodded. Thinking of this, he hesitated. However, he was not to be trifled with. At most, he would use his trump cards. After all, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had not shown themselves yet. No one else would enter the room used for tribulation, so Yi Xian and the others began their tribulation. Boom! 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 18 bolts of tribulation lightning struck one after another. Yi Xian passed the 6th tribulation bodiless immortal and became a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. At the same time, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian also broke through to the early stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Due to the immortal stones, the gap between Luo's cultivation level was widened again. 7 tribulation bodiless immortal, I'll devour. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian directly devoured another immortal stone. However, this time, the immortal stone only helped him break through to the middle stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. He almost reached the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Therefore, he devoured another immortal stone. This was the 3rd immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Chapter 1677. 2 immortal stones allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm from the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was not a loss. Yi Xian's advancement was simple, but the amount of heaven and earth treasures he needed was many times more than others. If it were others, they would have broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm or even the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. Of course, the efficiency of refining immortal stones was too low for ordinary people. It was not easy to condense immortal power. Young master, what should we do now? Asked the old tree. Let's go to the inner sect and get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm with the help of his bloodline. Then, he went to the inner sect to register. Soon, he became an inner sect disciple of the immortal destiny sect. Then, he went to get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone. Ding! The immortal opportunity stone has been successfully unsealed. The host has received 1 immortal stone. The system notified. Looming Immortal gave him a total of 3 immortal opportunity stones and 2 immortal stones. He refined 1 on the spot in the immortal graveyard. Then, he refined another 2 immortal stones. Therefore, Yi Xian still had 2 immortal stones. Yi Xian was deciding how to distribute the remaining 2 immortal stones. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. I'll use these 2 immortal stones to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had obtained a lot of ores and some low-grade flying ships, so he used them to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Now, the flaming flying ship was already a 7th level flying ship. The immortal stones were stones condensed from immortal chi. If they were used to strengthen the flying ship, he did not know how much it would improve. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly threw an immortal stone into the flying boat system. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack level increased. Ding! The flaming flying ship's defense level increased. Flaming flying ship speed level. After refining one immortal stone, the flying ship became a level flying ship became a 8th level flying ship. However, it was not over. There's still one more immortal stone. Go! Yi Xian steeled his heart and used the last immortal stone to strengthen the flying ship system. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's attack level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Currently, the flaming explosion flying ship's attack power was at the 9th grade, its defense power was at the 9th grade, and its speed at the 8th grade. This was practically a top-notch flying boat. It had taken Grandmaster Tianbao 1,000 years to refine a level 9 all-purpose flying boat. The amount of resources he had spent was more than 100 celestial stones. As for Yi Xian, he had only spent 2 immortal stones. This was the power of the system. This flaming flying ship was strong enough to fight against a peak 9th tribulation loose immortal. With it, would Yi Xian have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? However, this flaming flying ship was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. He could not reveal it easily, at least not in the Immortal Destiny sect. With this flaming flying ship, it will be much easier for me to complete the sect's missions. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly went to the inner sect's training hall to accept some more difficult missions. Hunt down a 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon in the Black Dragon Abyss. Kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal devil. Annihilate the startling bandit group. These sect missions were at least of the 7-star level. In other words, only 7th tribulation loose immortals could accept them. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that many of these missions were of the 9-star level. Even the first senior brother of the inner sect might not be able to complete them. After accepting the missions, Yi Xian quickly left because he felt that someone had recognized him. An immortal stone was not precious, but it was rare. The elders of the Immortal Destiny sect could only receive 1 immortal stone every 100 years. That was 10 immortal stones every 1,000 years. However, the number of elders in the Immortal Destiny sect could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 9 till now. The 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect are all 9th tribulation loose immortals. In addition to the immortal stones, they have probably condensed immortal power and are very strong in battle. Moreover, there are 2 true immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect. If I want to take the immortal badge of ascension from the sect leader, I have to at least break through to the 9th tribulation loose immortal realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he had already left the Immortal Destiny sect. He found a hidden place and directly tore open the void. Then, he boarded the flaming flying ship and began his mission. He knew that if he did not leave, those senior brothers of the inner sect would come to find trouble with him. Although there would be more restrictions in the inner sect, under these circumstances, he probably would not be able to defeat that first senior brother of the inner sect who was already a 9th tribulation loose immortal and had condensed immortal power. After all, he could not use his trump card. The reason why the old tree could appear was because Yi Xian had also exchanged something to help him change his appearance. Although that 7th tribulation loose immortal was a member of the Immortal Destiny sect's enforcement team and was often on the move, he still had to be careful. Wait for me to return, then I'll make my move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When he had entered the Immortal Destiny sect, he had only been a 6th tribulation loose immortal. It was reasonable for him to undergo the tribulation to become a 7th tribulation loose immortal. However, if he underwent the tribulation twice in such a short period of time, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, when the time came, he would have to make his move directly and obtain the immortal badge of ascension at lightning speed. Next, he would go and complete those missions. With the flaming flying ship, it would not take long. The early 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon, the 9th tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty devil, and the shocking bandit group would all die. However, just as Yi Xian was leaving, in a hidden place in the Immortal Destiny sect, two old men were sitting opposite each other and talking. "Junior brother, how many immortal stones do we have left in our storage?" asked a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. "Senior brother, we don't have much left. The 9 elders use up 9 immortal stones every 100 years. In addition to the others, we'll need about 100 immortal stones every 1,000 years. I estimate that we can only hold on for another 3,000 years," said the other middle-aged man with a yellow face, shaking his head. "That damned Lu Ming. Not only did he destroy the immortal ascension platform, he even took away so many immortal stones," cursed the middle-aged man with a scar. The middle-aged man with a scar was called the Demon Spirit Immortal, and the middle-aged man with a yellow face was called the Yellow Dragon Immortal. They were both Lu Ming Immortal's junior brothers. Their immortal stones had all been brought down from the immortal realm. In the lower realm, it was impossible to produce immortal stones, so the more they used them, the fewer they had. "Senior brother, why don't we organize a group and charge into the immortal tomb?" asked the Yellow Dragon Immortal. Chapter 1678. Immortal Huang Long's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard the words exhausted. He said, "The heaven and earth origin energy in the lower realms is too thin. Our immortal veins are gradually shrinking here. I estimate that we will die here in less than 10,000 years. Let's think of something else." The Demon Spirit Immortal's expression also darkened. However, as two immortals, there was nothing they could do about this. They could only wait for death. Although they could use immortal stones to slow down the shrinking of their immortal veins, it was only a delaying tactic. Once they ran out of immortal stones, they would die. When they fled the immortal realm and came to the mortal realm, they had expected this day to come. However, because they established the Immortal Destiny sect, they sped up. Immortal Huang Long said, "Tian Bao is already able to forge a 9th-grade flying boat. If he works harder, he might be able to forge an immortal artifact-grade flying boat. At that time, how can an immortal artifact be so easy to forge? Tian Bao is indeed very talented in forging artifacts, but he's only a 9 tribulation loose immortal. Although he won't face the 9 tribulation loose immortal in the lower realm, he can only live like this. Even a true immortal might not be able to forge an immortal artifact." The Demon Spirit Immortal sighed. "Unfortunately, we don't have a source of immortal stones. Otherwise, we could create an immortal stone mine. That way, we won't end up with exhausted immortal chi and can live for a long time." Immortal Huang Long also sighed. "We can only send people to gather immortal stones scattered all over the small immortal realm. That way, we can survive for a few more years." Yi Xian spent some time on this mission. It took him a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he used the 9th-grade flying boat to explore many places. He even used the 9th-grade flying boat to kill a 9 tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon and a 9 tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty demon. In other words, he had completed the mission and collected many natural treasures. He had successfully passed the 7 tribulation loose immortal tribulation and broken through to the 8 tribulation loose immortal realm. However, this was still not enough. Killing the double-headed black dragon will give me an immortal stone. Killing the berserk bloodthirsty demon will also give me an immortal stone. These 2 missions have existed for thousands of years. To this day, no disciple has been able to complete them. If I go back and complete them, it will definitely cause a commotion in the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian thought as he hurried back to the Immortal Destiny sect. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless celestial realm if he devoured all of them. At that time, if he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with other loose immortal experts. Of course, if those 2 real immortals made a move, then it wouldn't be good. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity with lightning speed. "I've just broken through to the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial stage, and I've completed all kinds of X, and star level missions, so it's not suitable for me to do it." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to hide for a while before finding someone to help him complete the task. Soon, he drove the flying ship back to the vicinity of the Immortal Destiny sect. He then broke through the void and returned to his residence. The inner sect disciples were at least 7 tribulation disbanded celestials, and the stronger ones were 9 tribulation disbanded celestials, such as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Revelation to control an early stage 8 tribulation disbanded celestial disciple. Kacha. The door of Yi Xian's residence opened, and a young man walked in. "Greetings, master," the young man said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. "You, bring some people over. It's best if they're at the same level as you, but not higher," Yi Xian said. There were many rewards, but it would be best if he could increase his strength in the next mission. Moreover, he could control many people, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Soon, the inner sect disciples with strong strength entered Yi Xian's residence. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang one after another as Yi Xian filled up the quota. At this time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. If he added the rewards, it would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. "Alright, go and bring me the reward," Yi Xian said to his followers. More than 58 tribulation disbanded celestials completed the mission together. After a short while, they returned in a threatening manner. At the same time, they brought back 2 celestial stones and a large amount of natural treasures. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. The speed of the explosive flame flying ship has increased. Several system notifications rang in succession, making Yi Xian's eyes widen. The explosive flame flying ship was now a real level 9 flying ship. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could continue to increase in level. Could it be that there was a level 10 flying ship above the level 9 flying ship? However, a level 9 flying ship corresponded to a 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. If it were to increase in level, wouldn't it be? Let's talk about this later. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" "Yes." The sect leader is in seclusion in his residence. The sect leader's token is hanging on his waist, one of the disciples replied. "Very good. All of you can come in now." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he threw all of them into the plant dimension and released the control of his Eye of Soul. Even a real celestial being would not be able to come out after being thrown into the plant dimension, let alone these people. Then, Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul to control dozens of intermediate 8 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, he could not break through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, this was not the end of it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The combination of the Eye of Soul and the plant dimension is flawless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He kept the disciples in the plant dimension and continued to control them. After a few rounds, the number of inner disciples decreased significantly. However, Yi Xian also broke through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, a powerful aura suddenly landed in his courtyard. A 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Who is it? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 9 grand elders in the Immortal Fate sect. All of them were peak 9 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, the intruder was only an early 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Therefore, it should be one of the revered elders of the Immortal Fate sect. A disbanded celestial would undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years. However, after reaching the 9 tribulation disbanded celestial, the 9th tribulation would no longer occur. Chapter 1679. However, the person who had come to Yi Xian's residence was not a revered elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, but the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian opened the door. Outside the door stood a handsome long-haired youth. The first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. Yi Xian recognized him. After all, someone had shown him a portrait. Just now, I saw many people enter your house. Why did their auras disappear? Yu Hao asked in surprise. Senior brother, you must have sensed wrongly. There's no one in my house. Yi Xian grinned and shook his head. That's impossible. I clearly sensed them enter your house. One of them was even my younger brother. Yu Hao narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian made way for Yu Hao. Yu Hao paused for a moment, then walked past Yi Xian and entered the house. Indeed, there was no one inside. However, he firmly believed that someone had entered Yi Xian's house. Why was there no one now? Junior brother, why do I find you unfamiliar? At this moment, Yu Hao suddenly changed the topic and asked. Oh, senior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Yi Xian quickly said. If it were anyone else, I might not recognize them. However, in the inner sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, I'm the only one who has passed the 8th tribulation and reached the 9th tribulation. I recognize all the other peak 8th tribulation loose immortals, but I don't seem to recognize someone like you. Yu Hao said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Yu Hao was indeed extraordinary. He had actually sensed his true realm. Peak 8th tribulation loose immortal. To tell you the truth, I only recently joined the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining 3 immortal opportunity stones. Today is the first time we've met. Yi Xian hurriedly said. In fact, he had entered the outer sect using an immortal opportunity stone, then ascended to the inner sect after passing the tribulation. At this time, besides Yu Hao, no one else knew his realm. If Yu Hao knew that it only took him a few days to break through from the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal to the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal, he would definitely be suspicious. After all, Yu Hao was the disciple of the sect leader. 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother is really lucky. Yu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. 3 immortal opportunity stones. As long as the seal was removed, it would be 3 immortal stones. This was not a small sum. Right now, although Yu Hao had already condensed immortal power and his battle prowess far exceeded that of a loose immortal of the same level, he still needed immortal stones. This way, he could condense immortal power again and have more immortal power, and also make the immortal power purer. The reason Yi Xian told such a lie was because he wanted to fight to the death. He was already planning to take action, but he didn't expect to bump into Yu Hao. Then, let's do it. Junior brother, my luck is indeed not bad. However, this is my first time here, so please take care of me, senior brother. Once the seal on the immortal opportunity stone is removed, I am willing to take out 2 immortal stones to show my respect to senior brother. Yi Xian said respectfully. Yu Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard that. 2 immortal stones? This kid sure knows how to be a good person. Yu Hao thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to forcefully buy 3 immortal stones, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to directly give him 2 immortal stones. This was truly out of his expectations. However, just as his heart was about to waver, a strange energy suddenly attacked his soul. Soul attack? Yu Hao immediately reacted. Right now, there was only him and Yi Xian. If this soul attack was not launched by Yi Xian, who else could it be? Even Yi Xian did not expect his eye of soul to fail. This was not possible. Although Yu Hao had lived for a long time and was a 9 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian was also a peak 8 tribulation loose immortal. He was only 1 realm away. Yu Hao must have some kind of soul defense technique. Perhaps the 2 immortals had left it on him. If this failed, it would be troublesome. Kill. At this moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was aroused as he directly took out his weapon. At the same time, 3 figures appeared behind Yu Hao. They were the old tree, the ghost dome great emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Grip of the underworld. 9 dragons thunder chain. In an instant, Yu Hao was forcibly restrained. He could not move at all. In the next moment, Yi Xian's sword had already pierced his head. It was only a fingernail away from his brain. Submit to me, or I'll destroy your soul. Yi Xian's cold voice entered Yu Hao's ears. He did not expect to fall here. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Yi Xian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. How dare you? Just as Yu Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, he felt the long sword piercing into his forehead. It had already made contact with his brain. You only have one chance. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he activated his Eye of Soul again. Yu Hao's soul was indeed protected by the 2 immortals. However, if he submitted himself, the protection would be useless. Ding! Control successful. A system notification sounded. The first disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect had become Yi Xian's puppet. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be exposed. After all, he had not even seen the face of the Immortal Destiny sect master. However, Yu Hao was the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect master. Now that he had become Yi Xian's puppet, he could recommend Yi Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Since he had Yu Hao under control, Yi Xian quickly put the old tree and the other 2 into the planting space. 2 auras appearing out of nowhere might be discovered. Then, Yi Xian unceremoniously took off Yu Hao's yin and yang ring and checked it. It's not enough. It can only shorten the time by 400 years, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Next, he was going to do something big. That was to assassinate the Immortal Destiny sect master, obtain the Immortal Ascension badge, and then leave. If he could break through to the 9 tribulations scattered immortal realm, the success rate would be very high. However, the task of obtaining the Immortal Ascension badge was now left to Yu Hao. Yi Xian planned in his heart. He decided to cause havoc in the Immortal Destiny sect once, then have Yu Hao sneak attack the Immortal Destiny sect master and obtain the Immortal Ascension badge. Then, he would directly leave and return to the Immortal Graveyard, open the Luminous Cave abode, and obtain the treasure. For the upcoming battle, Yi Xian had to be prepared. The formation of the slaughter mark required a large amount of killing intent. However, the killing intent of the Immortal Slayer bloodline did not only increase by killing people or monsters. As long as one continued to fight, the killing intent value would continuously increase. In the Immortal Destiny sect inner sect, there were a total of 9 peak 8th tribulation scattered immortals. Thus, Yi Xian had Yu Hao bring 2 over and then use his Eye of Soul to control them. Chapter 1680. These 2 loose immortals at the peak of the 8th tribulation were the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect with no background. They were both disciples of the elders. Yi Xian controlled the 2 of them and took on the appearance of one of them. Then, he and the other person entered the immortal battle platform. Hey, isn't that Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lin? Are they going to compete? These 2 senior brothers have a good relationship. Because they are stronger, the elders have stipulated that if they want to compete, they must enter the immortal battle platform. Let's go, let's watch the 2 senior brothers fight. Immediately, Yi Xian, disguised as Senior Brother Wang, and the other Senior Brother Lin entered the immortal battle platform. Then, Yi Xian directly used the slaughter seal. Fight! This battle would not end so easily because Yi Xian needed to continuously increase his killing intent to use his ultimate move. On the other side, the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao, had already gone to find his master, the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect. At the same time, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were already waiting outside the Immortal Destiny sect in the level 9 explosive flame flying ship, waiting for Yi Xian's instructions. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. After Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin exchanged blows for a minute, the system notified. If it was to kill someone, the second slaughter seal would only take a few seconds to form. However, it took a full minute to do so in a battle. Below the immortal battle platform, thousands of disciples had already gathered. There were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Even the disciples with lower realms could see that Yi Xian and senior brother Lin were only sparring and were not using their full strength. The third slaughter seal took a full 10 minutes to condense. It was very rare for a battle to last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were already beginning to suspect something was going on. What are these two senior brothers doing? The battle was still going on. Yi Xian ignored the whispers around him and continued to fight senior brother Lin. Finally attracted the elders. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on someone around him. Just now, some of the immortal fate sect's worshippers had come to watch the battle, but these worshippers were only early or middle ninth tribulation loose immortals, and could not see through Yi Xian's disguise. However, the 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect were already peak 9th Tribulation loose immortals. If they discovered any clues, Yi Xian would be exposed. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that senior martial brother Wang was someone else in disguise, and they definitely wouldn't know the purpose of Yi Xian and senior martial brother Lin's duel. "What are you two doing?" the middle-aged elder suddenly asked. "Elder Chen, senior brother Wang is currently sparring with me," senior brother Lin replied. "Does the competition take that long?" The middle-aged elder was in disbelief. "Elder Chen, I have a bet with senior brother Wang." "It doesn't mean that I'll win if I defeat him," senior brother Lin continued. When the middle-aged elder heard this, he only snorted lightly and said, "Then do as you wish." He was not suspicious, only feeling that these two were really bored to death. It was the first time that the surrounding people had seen such a boring competition, so many people left immediately. There were much fewer people around the immortal battle platform. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system's notification sounded, Yi Xian already had 4 slaughter seals. However, in order to condense 3 slaughter seals, Yi Xian had spent a full hour. If he relied on battle to condense the 5th slaughter seal, it would probably take at least 5 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to attack. "Old Tree, come." Yi Xian finally transmitted to Old Tree. "Understood." Immediately, Old Tree steered the 9th grade explosive flame vessel towards the Immortal Destiny sect. The 9th grade explosive flame vessel's speed was also 9th grade, and it quickly reached the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate. "Who's there?" The disciples guarding the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate immediately shouted angrily. Before they could finish, Old Tree and the other 2 darted out of the explosive flame vessel and quickly crippled the disciples, taking away their yin and yang rings. The Immortal Destiny sect was the top faction in the small immortal world, with a true immortal overseeing it. No one would have thought that it would be attacked. Explosive flame attack. Yi Xian, who was in the Immortal Destiny sect, directly controlled the explosive flame vessel to launch an attack from afar. Boom! A huge fireball landed directly on the Immortal Fate sect's Grand Protective Array, piercing through it with a single blow. "Someone is trespassing." The voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Destiny sect, and everyone who heard the voice jumped out. With the 9th grade explosive flame vessel, Old Tree, and the others directly charged in. Although they did not start a massacre, they did not recommend sending anyone to their deaths. At this time, the explosive flame vessel had already reached the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect, and a few reverends of the Immortal Destiny sect had already made their move. However, the explosive flame vessel's attack was comparable to a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal, and these reverends could not block it at all. Moreover, the explosive flame vessel's defensive power was shocking, and the reverends could not even break through its defenses. These people could not block the explosive flame vessel at all. In the blink of an eye, the explosive flame vessel swept into the Immortal Destiny sect's inner sect, and behind it, there were many other vessels that had entered. If Yi Xian wanted to, the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be flooded with blood, but in order to open the passageway to the immortal world, this had to be done. When Old Tree drove the explosive flame vessel in, Yi Xian had already sent a voice transmission to Yu Hao. It was unknown who had shouted just now, but it had already alarmed the Immortal Destiny sect master. At this time, Yu Hao was right behind him. Soon, Yi Xian saw the Immortal Destiny sect master, a peak 9th Tribulation itinerant immortal. At the same time, there were other elders in the Immortal Destiny sect, a total of 6. In total, there were 7 peak 9th Tribulation itinerant immortals, as well as more than 10 reverends of 9th Tribulation itinerant immortals. Who dares be so presumptuous? The Immortal Destiny sect master roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly controlled the explosive flame vessel and fired a cannon at him. Boom! A huge fireball blasted towards the Immortal Destiny sect master. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength naturally did not need to be excessive, and he could receive 3 immortal stones every 100 years. He had long since condensed immortal power, and if he fought, apart from those 2 immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength was the strongest. Scatter! The Immortal Destiny sect master roared angrily, and punched out, scattering the explosive flame vessel's attack. However, just as he made his move, Yu Hao, who was behind him, also made his move. Poof! A long sword directly pierced the Immortal Destiny sect master's throat, and with a jolt of immortal power, the Immortal Destiny sect master's neck was severed in an instant. Even those elders had not expected that a dignified sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect would be beheaded by his own disciple. Chapter 1681. Immediately, Yu Hao took the universe ring and quickly checked it. He found the token of the Immortal Destiny sect master, the Immortal Ascension badge. Baidu Search Power Literature Network updates the fastest and most stable www.galwx. Come then, Yu Hao immediately nodded at Yi Xian. You got it? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly marked Yu Hao with the Deathly Hunt badge. At the same time, he directly used a skill to form the 5th slaughter mark. Slaughter mode, 5 times the power. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian came to Yu Hao's side and took the universe ring. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his wealth was naturally above anyone else's. No itinerant immortal had more than him. After devouring a large amount of natural treasures, Yi Xian's tribulation time was shortened to 0. However, now was not the time to undergo tribulation, so Yi Xian quickly flashed to the side of the old tree. I got it. Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly hid inside the explosive flame-flying ship. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. Insolent scoundrel, how dare you intrude into my Immortal Destiny sect to kill people? You're courting death. Yi Xian looked and found that he could not see through the newcomer. An immortal. The Immortal Destiny sect's patriarch had killed his way out. Retreat. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly tore open the void and left in an instant. In this dangerous situation, he did not even take the flame explosion flying ship and left immediately. What? He can actually tear open the void and leave the small immortal realm that I built? How did this kid do it? The newcomer was Immortal Huang Long, followed by the Demon Spirit Immortal. Second brother, what's going on? The Demon Spirit Immortal looked around and asked in surprise. Just now, they were all in seclusion. This could slow down the shrinkage of their immortal meridians, so they did not spread out their spiritual senses. Big brother, the Immortal Ascension badge was stolen. Immortal Huang Long looked at the head of the Immortal Destiny sect master and exclaimed. Although he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, Yu Hao had killed the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect at lightning speed and then taken away by Yi Xian. It was obvious that he was here for the Immortal Ascension token. Hearing this, the Demon Spirit Immortal immediately understood. It must be immortal. The Demon Spirit Immortal opened his eyes wide. The writ of Immortal Ascension was actually of no use to them. That was why it was used as a token by the sect leader. Immortal Ascension Platform was Immortal Ascension Platform Immortal Ascension badge. At the same time, only Celestial Lumen knew the secret of this badge of Immortal Ascension. Big brother, this immortal luminary is truly skilled. Yu Hao's soul is protected by the two of us, but he is still being controlled. A dead person is actually so capable? Immortal Yellow Dragon sighed. Junior brother, Immortal Ascension Immortal was our Immortal Destiny Sect's #1 genius. How could he be so easy to deal with? My guess is that he wants to open the Immortal Ascension path and let his enemy kill us, said the demon spirit Immortal. Then what do we do? Do we just sit here and wait for death? Immortal Huang Long frowned. Although they wanted to open the Immortal Ascension path, they would die in a few years. However, they did not know if their enemy was still on the other side of the Immortal Ascension path. If they opened the Immortal Ascension path, they might die prematurely. No hurry. Immortal Ascension Immortal is already dead. The two of us are invincible in the small immortal realm. If Immortal Ascension Path wants to open the Immortal Ascension Path, he must return to the Immortal Destiny Sect, said the demon spirit Immortal. The Immortal Ascension platform was in the Immortal Destiny Sect, so he was sure that Immortal Ascension Path would return. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and was far away from the Immortal Destiny Sect. Then, he passed through the void positioning point and quickly returned to the huge tombstone in the Immortal Tomb. Senior, I've brought the Immortal Ascension writ, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Then, another hole appeared in front of the huge tombstone. Yi Xian saw this and quickly went in, arriving in front of the Immortal Ascension cave abode. Young man, you really did not disappoint me. You really did obtain the Immortal Ascension writ. Immortal Ascension Path appeared again and said in shock. However, I used violence to obtain the Immortal Ascension writ, so the two immortals should be able to guess, Yi Xian replied. It doesn't matter. In that case, my concealment formation is no longer useful. Hurry and retrieve it while they are still here. Immortal Ascension Path opened the door to his cave abode without another word. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the mountain of immortal stones. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There are 10,000 immortal stones here, as well as the pseudo-immortal treasures I had when I was alive. These are all yours, Immortal Ascension Path said. 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian was shocked. If he devoured all of these, wouldn't he be able to break through many levels? However, what he was concerned about was the black stone on the mountain of immortal stones. The source of devouring. I've already taken these things out. Yellow Dragon Immortal and Demon Spirit Immortal should have already sensed it. They should be here soon, Immortal Ascension Path said. Senior, although you've obtained the Immortal Ascension writ, and you have the bricks for the Immortal Ascension stage, where is the real Immortal Ascension stage? Yi Xian asked. The Immortal Ascension stage is in the Immortal Destiny Sect. You have two options now. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the mortal world cannot compare to the Immortal Qi in the immortal world. If you stay here for too long, your immortal meridians will shrink and your immortal energy will start to dry up. Those two immortals are probably nearing the end of their lifespans. At most, they will die in another 10,000 years. Immortal Ascension Path paused and said, the first option is to wait for them to die before going to the Immortal Destiny Sect and opening the passage to the immortal world. 10,000 years? I haven't even cultivated for 100 years. If I have to wait for 10,000 years, I might as well be killed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said subconsciously. The path of immortal cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. I became an immortal hundreds of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years is not too long for me. However, it is indeed a little long for you. Immortal Ascension Path nodded and said, therefore, you can choose the second option. That is to kill those two immortals. What? Senior, you want me to kill immortals? Yi Xian was stunned. Those two were real immortals. Although he did not know what realm they were in, they were 10 times stronger than a 9 tribulations scattered immortal. Even if he broke through to the peak of the 9 tribulations scattered immortal, he might not be a match for them. Chapter 1682. Lumen Immortal estimated in his heart and said, Huang Long and Yao Ling were Tier 6 immortals at their peak. Now, they should have fallen to Tier 4 immortals. Grade 4 immortals? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and did some calculations. A 9 tribulation bodiless immortal was equivalent to a grade 3 immortal. However, a grade 4 immortal was equivalent to a 12 tribulation bodiless immortal. Senior, are you kidding me? Yi Xian asked in shock. Even if he broke through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, he would not be able to fight a grade 4 immortal. I'm not done yet. Looming Immortal said, although the passage to the immortal realm is closed, it doesn't mean you can't become an immortal. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. The 9 tribulation bodiless immortal won't happen in the small immortal realm. However, with so many immortal stones, it's enough to create a real immortal realm environment. When the time comes, you can undergo the tribulation. Looming Immortal said. You want me to undergo the 9 tribulation bodiless immortal in the small immortal realm? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Setting up a formation will cost about 10,000 immortal stones. What do you think? Looming Immortal turned to look at Yi Xian. About 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. If he devoured those immortal stones, he would be able to break through many realms. Unfortunately, bodiless immortals did not undergo the tribulation and could not break through. Those immortal stones would only be enough for him to break through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. Oh yes, the flying boat can still be upgraded. Maybe it can resist. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, how many immortal stones will be left after setting up the formation? Actually, I had more immortal stones, but I spent a lot of them to operate the fallen immortal formation. I think I can leave you 100, Looming Immortal replied. Only 100 out of 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, 100 immortal stones were enough for him. You go through the tribulation first. After you break through to the peak of the 9th tribulation loose immortal stage, I'll start setting up the formation. Huang Long and Yao Ling are probably on their way to the immortal graveyard. You better hurry up, Lumen Immortal said as he grabbed the devouring origin and threw it to Yi Xian. Devouring Source, the second piece of Devouring Source. Yi Xian immediately kept the Devouring Source. Ding, the Devouring System can be upgraded to the immortal grade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Previously, when the devouring system was upgraded, it gave him a lot of benefits. He wondered what he would get this time. Ding. System upgrading. The system began to upgrade. Yi Xian looked at the progress bar and narrowed his eyes. Then, he triggered the 8th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. His success rate in transcending the tribulation was 100%, so there was no need to worry. At the same time, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were also undergoing their tribulations. Rumble. There were a total of 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Yi Xian and the other 2 were struck by 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Then, they heard a series of system notifications. Ding. Host has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. This was not the end. Yi Xian had obtained many Qian Kun rings, including the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect. Therefore, he had a lot of cultivation resources, including nearly 10 immortal stones. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now an intermediate stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Host has condensed immortal power. The system notifications rang out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others soared to the peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, because this was the mortal realm, the ninth itinerant immortal tribulation would not descend. Now, even if Yi Xian's tribulation time had reached 0, he could not trigger the ninth itinerant immortal tribulation. I've condensed immortal power. With my current realm and immortal power, it shouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the ninth tribulation of the itinerant immortal. When the time comes, I'll be a 4th-grade immortal, enough to fight those 2 true immortals. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside him, Lumen Immortal felt the change in Yi Xian's aura and nodded with satisfaction. I've waited for so many years. Finally, you're here. That yellow dragon and demon spirit guessed that it was me. They should have left one person in the Immortal Fate sect to prevent the passage to the immortal realm from being opened. Next, I'll set up a formation to help you transcend the ninth tribulation of the itinerant immortal and become an immortal. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lifted up the immortal stone mountain. Then, he began to set up a formation. The immortal stone mountain was emptied, leaving only 100 immortal stones for Yi Xian and the treasures of Lumen Immortal. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, they were used to suppress the shrinkage of the immortal meridians before Lumen Immortal died. However, this was enough. These treasures are worth a lot too. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the treasure. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships attack level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships defense level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ship speed level up. 3 system notifications rang out. The explosive flame flying ship had surpassed the 9th grade. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and found that the explosive flame flying ship's level had increased from the 9th grade of itinerant immortal to the 4th grade of immortal. However, the consumption was a bit high. After all, those treasures were used by Lumen Immortal. It was a loss. Moreover, the explosive flame flying ship could no longer be upgraded after breaking through the shackles. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have asked Lumen Immortal to stop setting up the formation and use nearly 10,000 immortal stones to strengthen the explosive flame flying ship. Itinerant immortals can't become true immortals in this small immortal realm, but this flying ship can. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lumen Immortal felt the changes in the explosive flame flying ship. As he set up the formation, he asked, "Young man, is this flying ship already an immortal artifact?" "Senior, you have a good eye," Yi Xian said with a smile. "You have more tricks up your sleeve than I thought. With this flying ship, as long as you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal, you'll have a better chance of defeating the yellow dragon or demon spirit." Chapter 1683. Yi Xian was not interested in any of those treasures as they were all in the flying ship. On the contrary, the flying ship was very useful to him. It could be used to attack, defend, and travel. It was very practical. "Senior, after this array formation is set up, how many people can pass the tribulation?" Yi Xian asked again. "Up to you, but you only have 1 day. However, I reckon that with your strength, you will have no problem passing the 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation. Just in case, you should refine more immortal stones and condense more immortal power," Lumen Immortal replied. Yi Xian nodded slightly but did not immediately devour the 100 immortal stones because he had already reached the peak. Devouring more immortal stones would have no effect other than condensing immortal power. He thought that he should wait for Lumen Immortal to finish setting up the array formation. At that time, the system might prompt him about his success rate. He would see how it went before devouring. Setting up the array formation consumed a lot of immortal stones. Yi Xian watched as the immortal stones were refined and turned into immortal power that filled the cave abode. A day later. Ding! You can now pass the 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation. Host success rate is 80%. Do you want to pass the tribulation now? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The success rate is only 80%? This 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation is indeed not that simple. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard from Lumen Immortal that the itinerant immortal tribulation and immortal tribulation in the immortal world were more powerful than the mortal world. 99% of the itinerant immortals or Ascension Realm martial artists in the immortal world were unable to pass the tribulation successfully. As he was passing the tribulation in the mortal world, the power of the itinerant immortal tribulation was much weaker than in the immortal world. Yi Xian immediately began to devour the immortal stones. 1 immortal stone. 2 immortal stones. 3 immortal stones. At the same time, the success rate of the tribulation was constantly increasing. 81%. 82%. 83%. Finally, after Yi Xian devoured 20 immortal stones, the success rate of the tribulation was finally 100%. 100%, it meant that there was no chance of failure. Compared to the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian trusted it more. Tribulation. Yi Xian immediately activated the immortal power around him and began the tribulation. This time, it was still the 3 of them facing the tribulation together. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Back then, this old man would never have thought that he would be able to reach such a level. The old tree couldn't help but sigh. It was the same for the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Although he couldn't speak, he was now many times stronger than before. As long as he survived the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation, he would be able to shed the word fake and become a real immortal beast. Boom! Finally, the 9-layer scattered immortal tribulations descended, and there were 3 tribulations at once. They landed on Yi Xian, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's heads respectively. Each tribulation of an itinerant immortal was stronger than the last. The first tribulation was extremely easy. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of transcending the tribulation, so he wasn't worried. However, the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor probably wouldn't be so simple. Finally, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was injured after enduring the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. Boom! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor managed to withstand the 7th scattered immortal tribulation. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was seriously injured after enduring the 8th scattered immortal tribulation. After the 9th scattered immortal tribulation, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's soul was scattered into pieces. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. It was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's first tribulation failure. However, the old tree passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Ding! The host has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! The lightning ember has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th grade immortal. Finally, Yi Xian and the old tree became real immortals. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor felt it was a pity, fortunately, he didn't turn into ashes and was directly resurrected. After this matter, he could continue to transcend the tribulation. Senior, since they can set up such a formation, why didn't the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Do you think it's that easy to transcend the tribulation? Even the top genius of the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be struck to death by the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Even if the scattered immortal tribulation in the mortal realm is weak, it's not something ordinary people can transcend. Moreover, setting up this formation consumes a lot of energy and can only be maintained for a day. Most importantly, what's the point of becoming an immortal? If the passage to the immortal realm is not opened, the immortal meridians will only continue to shrink. Lumen Immortal sighed. After hearing this, Yi Xian felt that it made sense. A genius like him wasn't something that could be casually seen. Senior, what's the realm of the enemy who chased after you? Yi Xian asked. Back then, I was a 7th grade immortal. Huang Long and Yao Ling were both 6th grade immortals. My 2 junior brothers accidentally offended 2 7th grade immortals, so they were chased after. They had no choice but to enter an immortal ascension platform and come to the lower realm. After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he paused and said, at that time, even if you get rid of those 2 ungrateful bastards, Huang Long and Yao Ling, I'm afraid you won't be able to ascend to the immortal realm because they might be waiting. Then what should I do? Do I have to wait for my death here? Yi Xian asked in surprise. There is a way, but it has to wait until you get rid of Huang Long and Yao Ling, Lumen Immortal said. If he couldn't even get rid of those two, then there was no need to talk about his enemies. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He had to deal with the current crisis first. After all, the Immortal Ascension platform brick and the Immortal Writ of Ascension were both with him. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Upgrade to Immortal Level Devouring System. System upgrade complete. Ding. Host can choose a bloodline to upgrade. Ding. Elegy of Souls amplification has doubled. Ding. Host has received a system reward, 3 bottles of blessing oil. Ding. Host has mastered the devouring skill, force devouring. Ding. Planting space level increased. Current level is 8. System notifications sounded one after another, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. Previously, when the devouring system was upgraded, he had received many benefits. Although he didn't activate any system this time, the rewards were substantial. Previously, when the Ghost Dome Emperor was going through the tribulation, he had already used his undying fighting soul, but he still failed. Now that the amplification of Elegy of Souls had doubled, he might be able to pass the tribulation. There are so many rewards. Let's take them one by one. Yi Xian was overjoyed. First, let's talk about the first reward, Bloodline Upgrade. In comparison, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is better because there are more ways to upgrade. Furthermore, if the Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is to upgrade, it will require 3 devouring points. Yi Xian immediately made his choice. Ding. Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade. Chapter 1684. Now, Yi Xian was no longer summoning unicorn legs, but the real unicorn. However, Yi Xian held back for the time being as it was difficult to recover from the skill's cooldown. Then, he poured the 3 bottles of oil of blessing on Wei Zhentian. Now, Wei Zhentian had 6 points of luck, which increased the chance of triggering some skills, such as one-hit kill. He was 3 points away from 9 points of luck. This time, the system upgrade had even increased the planting space once. Yi Xian checked and discovered that the flow of space inside had increased from 30 times to 50 times. Cultivating for 1 day inside was equivalent to cultivating for 50 days outside. It was awesome. However, Yi Xian valued the most this time was the devouring skill, force devouring. When Yi Xian finished reading the description of force devouring, he was stunned. Force devouring could ignore objects and devour directly. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian could not devour objects that had an owner, such as flying swords. However, with this skill, as long as Yi Xian touched a flying sword, he could forcibly devour it. Of course, there was a chance of this force devouring and it was also affected by luck. Moreover, he could choose to devour it directly or store it in the devouring space or the planting space. Most importantly, this force devouring could even devour living things, but it would only store them in the planting space. However, the chances of devouring living things were much lower than devouring dead things. Once it succeeded, the person stored in the planting space would be at the mercy of Yi Xian. In the planting space, Yi Xian was king. However, this force devouring could only be used once on the same target. Once it failed, there would be no more chances. However, at this moment, someone is coming. There's only one person outside the immortal tomb. Lumen Immortal suddenly reminded. Oh. That's fast. As expected of an immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was now a 4th grade immortal, and so was the old tree. Plus, they had an immortal artifact flying ship. How could they not deal with an opponent of the same level? He did not believe it. Senior, I will avenge you. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Luminous Immortal. The Luminous Immortal was the senior brother of the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal. However, he was coveted by his 2 junior brothers and was ambushed, heavily injured, and finally died. Back then, it was these 2 junior brothers who caused the disaster, which led to the 3 of them being hunted down. He helped these 2 junior brothers all the way to the lower realm, but he never expected to end up like this. To put it simply, the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal were ungrateful people. Yi Xian was indebted to Lu Ming Immortal. Today, he was going to avenge Lu Ming Immortal. You have to be careful. After all, the other party was once a rank 6 immortal. Even if his cultivation has dropped to that of a rank 4 immortal, he is still not that easy to deal with. Immortal Lumen warned. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. When the devouring system was upgraded to the immortal grade, the Elegy of Souls buff had doubled. This buff was shared, which meant that Yi Xian also received it. Yi Xian was determined to kill the intruder. No matter who it was, there was only one outcome, death. Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the immortal tomb. When he saw the intruder, he realized that it was Immortal Huang Long, immortal. When Immortal Huang Long felt Yi Xian's aura, he was shocked and said, "That Lu Ming is actually so wasteful?" He instantly understood that Lu Ming must have set up an array to improve the environment so that Yi Xian could pass the 9-stage scattered immortal tribulation. You came alone? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Brat, so what if you become an immortal? Do you think you can fight with me? Immortal Huang Long said with disdain. How would you know if you don't try? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and used Soul Eye on Immortal Huang Long. Now that he and Immortal Huang Long were both rank 4 immortals, if he could control Immortal Huang Long, it would be easy. However, it was not that easy. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. After all, Immortal Huang Long was once a rank 6 immortal. Although his realm had fallen, it was not that easy to control him. Since he could not be controlled, then he would kill him. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took out the Sky Quake sword and slashed. Void Flame Sword Wave. Now that he had just broken through to rank 4 immortal, the Void Flame Sword Wave could only be upgraded to rank 9 stage scattered immortal, so its attack power was not enough. However, he would use it first. You overestimate yourself. Immortal Huang Long also took out his weapon and destroyed the Void Flame Sword Wave with one slash. However, in the next moment, he saw several figures appear beside him. One was the bald old man he saw yesterday, the other was Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and the exploding flame-flying ship. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Exploding Flame Attack. Sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Sword Storm. Although Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were only rank 9 stage scattered immortals, they were not weak and should be able to cause some trouble for this rank 4 immortal. He was not afraid of the sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash and Sword Storm as they probably could not break through his defense. However, the exploding flame-flying ship's attack was extremely powerful. Dodge. Immortal Huang Long's expression changed as he turned into a yellow lightning bolt and quickly dodged the attack. Immortal Huang Long had mastered an immortal technique called Yellow Dragon Steps, which was known for its speed. However, no matter how fast he was, Yi Xian could catch him. Earlier, Yi Xian had used the Death Hunt command to mark Immortal Huang Long, Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared behind Immortal Huang Long and ruthlessly struck out with his palm. Bang! Yi Xian's hand slapped Immortal Huang Long's back. At the same time, the former activated a skill that he had just mastered. Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour succeeded. Immortal Huang Long has been forcibly absorbed into the planting space. A system notification sounded and Immortal Huang Long's body disappeared and appeared in the planting space. Force Devour did not have to be devoured. It could also be absorbed into the planting space or the devour space. The success rate of this skill would decrease as the level of the object or person being forcibly devoured increased. However, Yi Xian's 6 points of luck had undoubtedly increased the success rate of this skill. Simply put, Immortal Huang Long's luck was not good. He was tested by Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in the planting space. What? Where is this place? Immortal Huang Long's eyes widened. He could not understand Yi Xian's method. After he appeared in the planting space, a strange pressure fell on him. He was a rank 4 immortal, but he was suppressed to the point that he could not move. Chapter 1685. Immortal Huang Long, this is my space. Since you've entered, you won't be able to leave. Baidu search is the fastest and most stable. www.galwx.com. Yi Xian grinned and took off Immortal Huang Long's interspatial ring. However, he was no longer interested in the things inside. Who are you? Immortal Huang Long asked in shock. Even the demon spirit immortal wouldn't be able to do this. How did Yi Xian, who had just become an immortal, have such means? You don't need to know who I am. I'm only giving you one chance. Submit to me, or you will die here immediately. Yi Xian threatened without hesitation. Bullshit. Immortal Huang Long cursed without hesitation. How dare you? You're courting death. Hearing this, Yi Xian snorted coldly. The pressure on Immortal Huang Long rapidly increased. Crack. Crack. Two crisp sounds rang out as Immortal Huang Long's arms were twisted beyond recognition. In my space, I am the master. If I want to kill you, I only need a thought. Will you submit or choose to die? Yi Xian asked again. At this moment, Immortal Huang Long's yellow face had already turned ashen. He could feel that this wasn't a dream. If Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would only need a single thought to do so. I submit, I submit. Immortal Huang Long was afraid of death and quickly said. Since that was the case, Yi Xian didn't waste time and directly used the soul eye. However, Immortal Huang Long was a 6th grade immortal at his peak and had cultivated an immortal heart, which was resistant to soul attacks. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't succeed at first. Every immortal could cultivate an immortal heart. This immortal heart was the lifeline of an immortal. In fact, it was the soul of a mortal. Once it was broken, the immortal would die. On the other hand, if the immortal heart didn't break, the immortal could be reborn. At the same time, the immortal heart also had some effects. For example, the frigid ice immortal heart and the scorching flame immortal heart could help them cultivate some immortal techniques. This Immortal Huang Long cultivated the immortal techniques of the Immortal Destiny sect. He had cultivated an unmovable immortal heart that was resistant to soul attacks. Yi Xian was now a true immortal, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't cultivate the immortal heart. We'll talk about this later. Senior, this Immortal Huang Long has been captured by me. Do you want to do it yourself? After returning to the luminous immortal cave, Yi Xian immediately summoned Immortal Huang Long. The moment he saw Immortal Huang Long, Immortal Luminous was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to attack but held himself back. I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if he stood here and let me kill him, I probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, he is still useful to you. You can have him ambush the demon spirit immortal, said Immortal Luminous. Good. Since that's the case, I'll head to the Immortal Destiny sect right now and take care of the demon spirit immortal. Yi Xian nodded in response. After he finished speaking, he directly left the immortal tomb. Since Immortal Huang Long had been captured, the one left in the Immortal Destiny sect was his senior brother, the demon spirit immortal. The demon spirit immortal had also fallen to the 4th grade immortal realm. He was slightly stronger than Immortal Huang Long. However, such a realm was nothing to Yi Xian. TSK. I still have Unicorn's Descent as my trump card. This demon spirit immortal is nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian cracked a smile, then tore through the void and headed to the Immortal Destiny sect. Using the Eye of the Void, he arrived near the Immortal Destiny sect and released Immortal Huang Long. Immortal Huang Long was already under Yi Xian's control. He was a chess piece that Yi Xian would use to ambush the demon spirit immortal. Although Yi Xian didn't fear the demon spirit immortal, it was still better to be cautious just in case. Master, I'll go in first. Immortal Huang Long respectfully said to Yi Xian, then flew towards the Immortal Destiny sect. If the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect saw one of their ancestors respectfully bowing to Yi Xian, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Soon, a signal came from the Immortal Destiny sect. They're here. Do it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately tore through the void and returned to the Immortal Destiny sect. Just as he passed through the void door, he sensed two powerful auras fighting. Junior brother, why did you betray me? The demon spirit immortal asked with blood in his mouth. Immortal Huang Long didn't answer this question. At this time, Yi Xian had already used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the demon spirit immortal. Slap. Yi Xian slapped out with his palm and used the Force Devour skill. Ding. Force Devour failed. The system notified. Force Devour didn't succeed every time, especially when it had to devour living things. Immortal Huang Long's success was purely due to luck. His failure this time was also within Yi Xian's expectations. Since he couldn't forcefully absorb it into the planting space, then he would kill it. Yi Xian, Old Tree, Exploding Flame Flying Ship, and Immortal Huang Long. First Stage 4 Immortal experts joined forces, instantly suppressing the Demon Spirit Immortal. What? The Demon Spirit Immortal was extremely shocked. There were clearly 3 immortals in the small immortal realm, and one of them had already fallen. Now, how come 2 Stage 4 immortals, Yi Xian and Old Tree, appeared? Under the joint forces of Yi Xian and the other 3, the Demon Spirit Immortal was heavily injured before he could even ask. Submit to me, or die. Yi Xian's cold voice fell into the Demon Spirit Immortal's ears. Don't even think about it. The Demon Spirit Immortal bitterly resisted. He was an immortal, how could he submit? Since that is the case, then you can die. This time, Yi Xian hardened his heart and directly started killing. In less than 10 rounds, the Demon Spirit Immortal's immortal body exploded. Immediately after, an immortal heart floated out from his body. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly rushed over, grabbed the immortal heart, and directly crushed it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The immortal heart is the lifeline of an immortal. If it shatters, then the immortal will truly die. Demon Spirit Immortal, dead. Immortal Huang Long, who was controlled by Yi Xian, did not feel sad at all. Now, 2 of the 3 immortals of the small immortal realm had died, leaving only Immortal Huang Long. Yi Xian immediately checked the Demon Spirit Immortal's Yin and Yang ring and found that there were still 300 immortal stones inside. He made a profit. Adding the 80 immortal stones from before, that would be a total of 380 immortal stones. Done. After the Demon Spirit Immortal died, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Now, he was the strongest person in the small immortal realm, the king of this mortal realm. When the disciples and elders of the Immortal Destiny sect saw that their ancestral master had died, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Fortunately, Immortal Huang Long was still alive, so they were not without a leader. Chapter 1686. Senior, the Demon Spirit Immortal is dead. Yi Xian said to Lumen Immortal. All the way we have you www. GLWX. Good, those 2 ungrateful bastards finally got their retribution. Lumen Immortal was very satisfied. Although Immortal Huang Long wasn't dead, he was controlled by Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian willed it, he would die without a burial ground. What was the difference between that and death? Furthermore, Immortal Huang Long still had some use. Senior, what should we do next? Yi Xian asked. Now that the 2 immortals were dead and the Immortal Ascension Tablet and Immortal Writ of Ascension were in his hands, he could open the passage to the immortal realm as long as he willed it. However, on the other side of the passage, there might be 2 enemies of Lumen Immortal guarding it. These 2 enemies were both 7th grade immortals and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Now that it's been so long, they might have already left, so you can open the passage to the immortal realm and take a look. Lumen Immortal said, of course, you can let Immortal Huang Long open the passage to the immortal realm or use him as bait to attract those 2. Then you can take the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but nod slightly. This wasn't a bad idea. If those 2 immortals were to descend to the mortal realm and see Immortal Huang Long, they would definitely kill him. At that time, he could take the opportunity to ascend. This mission could also be given to the old tree because the old tree could revive. My corpse has already been kept by you. If you return to the immortal realm, you must let me acknowledge my ancestors. Lumen Immortal continued. This junior will definitely do it. Yi Xian said solemnly. Good, now that I've taken my revenge, there's no use for me to linger on. Young man, goodbye. After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he turned into a bubble. His remnant soul finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Yi Xian was also grateful to Lumen Immortal. If it wasn't for the former, he would at most be a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. How could he become an immortal? Senior, I, Yi Xian, will definitely fulfill my promise. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards the spot where Lumen Immortal's remnant soul had dissipated. Then, he left the immortal tomb and returned to the Immortal Destiny sect. Although the people of the Immortal Destiny sect did not understand, it did not matter. Immortal Huang Long would lead the way to the Immortal Ascension platform and rebuild it. However, the writ of Immortal Ascension hadn't been put up yet, because once it was put up, the passage to the Immortal Realm would open. The mortal world and the immortal world shouldn't be on the same level. Once you ascend, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to come back. In the planting space, Yi Xian used a projection to communicate with Wayward and the others. It doesn't matter. Our wish is to ascend to the immortal world. It doesn't matter even if we die in the immortal world, Ren Ziyuan said. That's right. Although we're only itinerant immortals, the treasures of heaven and earth you left us are enough for us to cultivate until we reach the 9th tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Once we reach the immortal world, we'll find a place to cultivate until we become true immortals, Daoist Ling Xiao said. Then why don't you cultivate until you reach the 9th tribulation itinerant immortal realm in my planting space? Yi Xian suggested. The Buddhist Supreme shook his head. No need. It's not good for us to stay at your place. If that's the case, then I'll give you some more gifts. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds. He had asked Elder Tian Bao of the Immortal Destiny sect for an all-purpose flying boat, and then used immortal stones to strengthen it. The Life Saint sect had 2 immortal artifact-grade flying boats, and the Buddhist Sacred Ground had 2 as well. This way, they would be much safer. Although he had spent a lot of immortal stones, Yi Xian was willing to part with them for his friends. Thank you so much. Everyone expressed their gratitude. However, this matter was not over yet, because there might be 2 7th-rank immortals guarding the other end of the passageway. Yi Xian stayed in the sacred ground for another month before returning to the lesser immortal world and preparing to open the passageway. His other clone was prepared to stay in the mortal world for the same reason, to save his life. As for the entrance to the Life Saint sect's planting space, Yi Xian left it there. If those 2 immortals descended and happened to find the planting space, then Yi Xian could kill them. In order to prevent certain things from happening, Yi Xian evacuated the Immortal Destiny sect and hid himself far away, concealing his presence. As for Immortal Huang Long, he was near the Immortal Ascension platform, and the one who had placed the writ of ascension was the old tree. Young master, I've put it back up. The old tree transmitted. Using their shared vision, Yi Xian saw that the writ of ascension had been placed back on the Immortal Ascension platform. In an instant, a white light shot into the sky, and the Immortal Ascension formation was activated. If Immortal Lumen's enemies were still there, they would probably descend to the mortal world to investigate. At that time, they would first find the old tree, then Immortal Huang Long. However, Yi Xian was overthinking things. It had been more than 100,000 years since Immortal Lumen and the other 2 had descended. At that time, they had only unintentionally offended those 2 and had been hunted down. It was not possible for them to wait at the other end of the passageway for more than 100,000 years, but Immortal Huang Long and the Demon Spirit Immortal were afraid of death, so they had not opened it. When the passageway opened, the immortal chi of the immortal world was immediately transmitted. Not only that, but the immortal tribulation also became stronger. When those at the peak of the Ascension realm heard that the passageway had been opened, they actually wanted to undergo the tribulation without any regard for their lives. However, those who succeeded were less than 1 in 10,000. When the passageway was closed, the immortal tribulation was less powerful, so many people could pass it. Now that the passageway had been opened, the probability of death had reached 99.9%, which was very terrifying. Yi Xian had already warned them, but these people were too focused on becoming immortals, so they did not listen, resulting in all of them dying. On this day, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also began to undergo the tribulation. After the Immortal Grade Devouring System was upgraded to the Immortal Grade Devouring System, the Elegy of Souls amplification had doubled, and its strength had increased by a lot. However, because the power of the 9th stage loose immortal tribulation had increased, it failed again and again. However, every time it failed, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's resistance to the 9th stage loose immortal tribulation's lightning tribulation had increased. After 3 days, he finally succeeded in his tribulation. Now, Yi Xian and the others, except for Luo Luo, had all become 4th grade immortals. In these 3 days, no one had descended to the mortal world at all. It seemed that the 2 enemies of immortal Lumen had already left. Yi Xian, since no one is coming, will be leaving first. Willful sent Yi Xian a voice transmission to bid farewell. All right. Yi Xian replied, knowing that these people could not wait any longer. In the end, Willful and the others ascended to the immortal world together. As for Yi Xian, he continued to stay in the mortal world. It was because he was dealing with a matter. This matter was so difficult that even he was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1687. Yi Xian, you've already become an immortal. Don't tell me even you can't do anything? A woman asked Yi Xian with a frown. All the way we have you www. GLWX. Kam Shi was one of Yi Xian's cousins. Her realm wasn't high and was only a first tribulation itinerant immortal. At this moment, a 6-year-old child was lying on the bed in front of Yi Xian. This child was Yi Xian's cousin's child. His name was Yi Yuchuan, but he had been in a coma ever since the passage to the immortal realm opened. Even Yi Xian, who had already become an immortal, couldn't extend his immortal sense into this child's body, let alone an itinerant immortal. What the hell? Even my eye of revelation can't see through his body. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. This was too illogical. Why did it happen after the passage to the immortal realm opened? Could it be that the two were related? Yi Xian, what's going on? Yi Xian's uncle, Yi Zhang, couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. Even with my realm, I can't probe his body. Yi Xian shook his head guiltily. Even you can't? Everyone was astonished. Who was Yi Xian? He was an immortal. If even he couldn't figure out the reason, then who else could save this child? Because he was a member of the Yi family, Yi Xian tried his best to investigate the cause, but to no avail. This investigation took 7 days. It had been 7 days since Wayward and the others ascended. Although he's been in a coma for 7 days, nothing bad has happened. Yi Xian observed Yi Yuchuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Yuchuan fell into a coma as soon as the passage to the immortal realm opened. It would be unreasonable to say that the two were unrelated. If they were related, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? There were countless people in this mortal realm. Why did it happen to Yi Yuchuan? In these 7 days, Yi Xian had already explored the entire mortal realm, but he didn't find anything like Yi Yuchuan. There was no other person like Yi Yuchuan who could prevent the eye of revelation from peeking at him. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Yi Yuchuan might be the reincarnation of an immortal. Uncle, cousin, the reason why Yu Quan is like this, I guess. He might be the reincarnation of an immortal. That, everyone was shocked. Reincarnation? Yi Xian's cousin opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that her son was actually the reincarnation of an immortal. That's right. Indeed, with Yi Xian's current cultivation as a 4th grade immortal, he was invincible in the mortal world. Even if it was a 6th grade immortal, he could see through immortal yellow dragon. Then, is this good or bad? Yi Zhang asked that. Yi Xian shook his head. However, he felt that this wasn't a good sign. This reincarnated immortal should be of a higher realm than him. It would be fine if he was an immortal with good character. But what if he was a bloodthirsty immortal? What should he do? In the past 7 days, Yi Xian tried to absorb Yi Yuchuan into the planting space. That way, even if Yi Yuchuan woke up, Yi Xian would have a way to stop him. However, this method failed. Yi Xian tried to absorb Yi Yuchuan into the planting space by force. But again, he failed. Yi Yuchuan was only a 6-year-old child. Even if he had been nourished with treasures, he was only an immortality realm cultivator. Yi Xian was even more certain that Yi Yuchuan was the reincarnation of an immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian was looking for something in the immortal level devouring system that could trap immortals. That way, he would have a way to stop Yi Yuchuan if he woke up. However, at this moment. Whoosh! 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 A strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the room. Yi Yuchuan, who was lying on the bunk bed, suddenly changed. Yi Yuchuan's face suddenly turned red. Not only that, but his entire body was as red as blood. Immediately after, Yi Yuchuan's eyes suddenly burst open. As he opened his eyes, an extremely strong aura spread out, intimidating everyone present. Even Yi Xian felt his heart palpitate. What kind of F***king realm was this? Ha ha ha, I, the little demon king, have finally been reborn. Yi Yuchuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Although Yi Yuchuan was weak, his laughter almost scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of strength was this? Perhaps because he was too excited about being reborn, Yi Yuchuan laughed for a full half a minute. Half a minute later, he noticed everyone present. There's another immortal? Yi Yuchuan looked at Yi Xian in surprise. You are the reincarnation of an immortal? Yi Xian asked in shock. Although he was already very sure, he couldn't help but ask. Immortal? Why do you care if I am or not? Let's fight first. Watch my fist. Yi Yuchuan suddenly smiled evilly and directly shot in front of Yi Xian. His tender right hand struck out and actually smashed onto Yi Xian's stomach. Bam! The dignified 4th grade immortal Yi Xian was sent flying by Yi Yuchuan's punch. Many of his bones were broken. Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Sigh, why is he so weak? Yi Yuchuan looked at Yi Xian who was sent flying and couldn't help but sigh. The surrounding people, including Yi Yuchuan's mother, Yi Bingbing, stared with wide eyes. Yi Xian was already the strongest person in the mortal world, but he was sent flying by a single punch. If Yi Yuchuan wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal, then what was he? Seeing that Yi Xian was so weak, Yi Yuchuan didn't attack again. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at Yi Xian's cousin, Yi Bingbing. You are the mother of this body, right? Yi Bingbing paused, then quickly nodded. Greetings, senior. Very good, you gave birth to a good son. This body is very suitable for me. Don't worry, I'm only temporarily occupying this body. Your son's soul has been sealed by me. Once I recover my strength, I will rebuild my body and return your son, the little demon king said. Thank you, senior. Yi Bingbing quickly expressed her gratitude when she heard that her son's soul hadn't been destroyed. The little demon king's gaze landed on Yi Xian. You know where the Immortal Ascension platform is, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good, take me to the Immortal Ascension platform. I want to return to the immortal realm. When the time comes, I will avenge my humiliation. The little demon king roared. Then Yi Xian was forced to bring this self-proclaimed little demon king to the Immortal Ascension platform of the immortal realm. Kid, you don't seem to have cultivated an immortal heart. Why don't I teach you one? The little demon king suddenly said. What? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1688. Purple Demon Heart? Yi Xian blinked. He didn't know what that was. After all, he had just become an immortal and didn't know much about immortal hearts. All the way we have you www. GLWX. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. But I can tell you that in addition to immortal cultivators, there are also demonic cultivators. And I am a demonic cultivator. Little Demon said. Immortal cultivator, demonic cultivator? Yi Xian frowned and asked, what's the difference? Immortal cultivators are what you call the righteous path. They're similar to you now. Demonic cultivators mainly cultivate their demonic bodies. Their bodies can be trained to the point where they can go head-to-head with immortal weapons. They're extremely strong. Little Demon smiled and said, immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators can't coexist. But I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't bully you. Then this purple demon heart is a demonic cultivator's? Yi Xian asked. That's right. If you can cultivate this purple demon heart, you'll have the purple demon fire. This is a very domineering heavenly fire. Even I am afraid of it, Little Demon said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. There were two paths in front of him now. One was to accept Little Demon's good intentions, and the other was to refuse. However, if he refused, the Little Demon King might get angry. Therefore, there was only one way to go. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian said quickly. Good. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos used his true chi to write. Ding. You have successfully copied the refining method of the purple demon heart. The system notified. At this time, Little Demon King of Chaos rolled his eyes again and said, Tisk, TSK, TSK. I won't force you. Demonic cultivators are hated by everyone in the immortal world. Remember this. After he finished speaking, he started writing again. Ding. You have successfully copied the refining method of the celestial heart of Dazzle. Before Yi Xian could reply, the Little Demon King continued, this Xianji immortal heart is even better than the purple extreme demon heart. If you can successfully refine it, you'll be able to produce Xianji heavenly flames in your body that can burn the entire world. Yi Xian did not know what Little Demon King was thinking, but he felt that the dazzling speed immortal heart was quite suitable for him. It should also be of the fire attribute. Alright, I'm going to ascend to the immortal realm. Goodbye. With that, the Little Demon King stepped onto the immortal ascension platform. Yi Xian came to his senses. The Little Demon King of Chaos was only at the longevity realm, not even an itinerant immortal. How could he ascend to the immortal realm? However, this Little Demon King of Chaos was no ordinary person. No one knew what level of expert he was at. In an instant, he ascended to the immortal realm, leaving behind a stunned Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Who would have thought that a demonic cultivator would reincarnate into his nephew's body? He did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, the Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators could not coexist. However, what was done was done. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Little Demon King of Chaos had already ascended to the immortal realm. It's time for me to ascend to the immortal realm. I heard luminous immortals say that it takes a lot of immortal stones to return from the immortal realm. I don't think the 300 immortal stones in the space will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then returned to Lianyan City to bring the news to Yi Bingbing. The Little Demon King of Chaos had reincarnated into Yi Bingbing's son, Yi Yuchuan. However, they had no way to stop it, so they could only remain calm. Perhaps, this was an opportunity for the Yi family? Alright, I'll leave a clone at home. It's time for me to ascend. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then set off for the immortal ascension platform again. Finally, it was time for him to ascend. At this moment, Yi Xian's emotions were extremely complicated. He, a mortal, had actually become an immortal. He wondered what the world of immortals was like. Whoosh! On the immortal ascension platform, a ray of white light descended. Yi Xian's figure was submerged in it, then he disappeared from the immortal ascension platform. In this world, there were countless mortal realms, but there was only one immortal realm. Therefore, the process of ascension was extremely slow. Yi Xian spent an hour in the white light, then appeared in an unfamiliar place. The Immortal Ascension platform was actually a super long-distance teleportation array. This could be seen from the 1 hour he spent in ascension. Yi Xian had been afraid that after he ascended, the plantation space would not be able to connect to the mortal realm. His worry had indeed come true. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian sensed that the entrances to the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent and the Life Saint sect were closed. Fortunately, he had moved the Yi family and the others into his plantation space. However, his second clone was left in the mortal realm to guard the passage to the immortal realm. Perhaps the difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was too great, so the plantation space was unable to connect. Yi Xian could understand this. If that was the case, then forget it. So this is the immortal realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Beside him was a stone tablet with 3 large words written on it, Immortal Ascension Cliff. The mortal realm was filled with heaven earth yuan qi, while the immortal realm was filled with immortal qi. Those in the immortal realm were constantly tempered by immortal qi at birth. It was very easy for them to reach the ascension realm. Some were even born as immortals or sky immortals. This was the difference between the 2 realms. Yi Xian had climbed all the way to the immortal realm from an ordinary martial artist. It could be said that he had been through a lot. This time, Yi Xian wanted to fulfill Immortal Lumen's last wish. That was to send his body back to the Immortal Fate sect in the immortal realm. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed since Immortal Lumen descended to the mortal realm. The situation in the immortal realm might have changed. If the Immortal Fate sect was still there, then it would be much easier to find. If the Immortal Fate sect was destroyed because they had offended someone, that would be a tragedy. There was a map among Immortal Lumen's belongings. Yi Xian did not know if this map matched up. In any case, he would just go and take a look. The Immortal Fate sect is northwest of this Immortal Ascension Cliff. And the distance, Yi Xian checked the map using the Immortal Level Devouring system. He was shocked to find that the distance to the Immortal Fate sect was calculated in years. What the heck, with my speed as a 4th grade immortal, it would take at least 100 years to get there. Even if I used a transportation array, it would take at least 10 years. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal path was long. It was not without reason. It seemed that he had to increase his strength first. As long as he was strong, it would be easy to travel. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the map before flying towards the north. The map showed that there was a gathering place for immortal beasts in the north. Hence, Yi Xian wanted to hunt immortal beasts to increase his strength. Chapter 1689. Luminous Immortal had previously warned Yi Xian that while the flamethrower ship was useful in the mortal world, it was somewhat useless in the immortal world. Baidu Search Strength Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www, GLWX. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but as he hurried to the immortal beast gathering place, he understood. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly flew over from behind Yi Xian and passed by him. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was dressed in white and hurried past on a flying sword. He's at least a 6th-tier immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. As it turned out, flying swords were the most commonly used weapons in the immortal world. In terms of speed, flying swords of the same level were much faster than flamethrowers of the same level. Although flamethrowers could be used for both defense and attack, the cost of refining one was enough to refine 3 immortal artifacts. Moreover, most people would need to control the flamethrower from within. If they used an immortal artifact, they could use other methods. Therefore, flamethrowers were a little useless. However, Yi Xian didn't care. After all, he could control the flamethrower remotely. The immortal world was very large, countless times larger than the mortal world. Just this journey alone took Yi Xian a full 7 days. After all, he was driving an immortal artifact-grade flamethrower. Using a flamethrower ship to kill monsters is a bit of a waste. Moreover, every time the flamethrower ship attacks, it consumes 5 immortal stones. What a waste. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then put away the flamethrower and entered the immortal beast gathering place. This gathering place had immortal beasts comparable to 8th tier immortals, so they couldn't be underestimated. However, Yi Xian had all kinds of trump cards, so he wasn't afraid. Roar. As soon as Yi Xian entered, he heard a deafening roar. He turned and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered a winged tiger. An immortal beast comparable to a 4th tier immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then quickly rushed over. Although killing people was profitable, Yi Xian actually preferred killing monsters. Even though immortal beasts aren't stupid, they are still beasts after all. Just like demonic cultivators, they mainly rely on their bodies to fight. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, which doubled the damage he dealt to immortal beasts. Very quickly, Yi Xian rushed over. Then, his eyes flashed as he used his soul eye to control the winged tiger. At the same level, immortal beasts were easier to control than immortals, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian had no other intentions in controlling this winged tiger. He just wanted to make it easier for him to kill it. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword and landed on the winged tiger's body. But unexpectedly, this sword was actually unable to insta-kill the winged tiger. The Nihility Flame Sword Wave can at most raise the level of a 9th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Looks like I have to change it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out several times, instantly killing the winged tiger. Then, he directly devoured the carcass. Devouring an immortal beast's carcass could raise Yi Xian's cultivation, and the old tree would also benefit from it. Without the restriction of the loose immortal tribulation, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian's strength would most likely increase the gap between them and Yi Xian. I've already ascended to the immortal realm, so I'll have to discard some of my previous possessions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began probing. Yi Xian had spent 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Now that it was useless, he could get 1 devour point back. Secondly, an immortal's lifeline was their immortal heart. Although Yi Xian had yet to refine his immortal heart, he could no longer use the Eye of Eternity. This skill had lost its effect after Yi Xian became an immortal. Now that he could get 2 devour points back, it was pretty good. In addition to the 1 devour point he originally had, he now had 4 devour points. In addition, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash was quite difficult to hit, so Yi Xian decided to get rid of it. Ding! The Nihility Flame Sword Wave has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. Ding! The Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. A series of system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had obtained 6 devour points. Next, he used 3 devour points to buy 3 bottles of blessings and used all of them on Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Wei Zhentian's luck would be shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian now had 9 points of luck. 9 points of luck had a special effect. Ding! Host's luck has reached 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled. Ding! Host has obtained a system reward, Immortal Technique, 1000/. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 9 points of luck was indeed not bad, the effect of luck had doubled. This meant that his 9 points of luck was equivalent to 8 points of luck. With the increase in luck, the success rate of one-hit kills, critical hits, and force devour skills would increase. Of course, 9 points of luck was already the limit, and it could not be increased in the future. Then, Yi Xian's attention fell on the Immortal Technique, 1000/. The Immortal Slayer bloodline had a movement skill that could be increased, called 1000 slash. Now, he had obtained another 1000 slash. Although he knew that it would not be related, it was still a coincidence. When Yi Xian saw the description of the 1000 severing slash, he was completely stunned. 1000 slash was an offensive immortal technique. It looked like only one sword, but in fact, it contained 1000 attacks. This move was similar to the Earth Pulse when he was in the virtual god realm. However, this 1000 slash could increase the chances of one-hit kills and critical hits by several times. My luck is now 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled, and the chance of triggering is much higher. Coupled with this 1000 slash, even a divine immortal would be killed by it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. One should not forget that one-hit kills were calculated according to the number of attacks. As long as the 1000 slash could be triggered once, it would be enough. One trigger would break the opponent's defense, and 2 triggers would take the opponent's life. Awesome, this is awesome. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. This undoubtedly gave him another trump card. Furthermore, it was the most powerful trump card he had in his arsenal since the beginning of the battle. However, this 1000 slash could only be used once a day. Now, he still had 3 devour points. Hence, after careful consideration, he decided to exchange for a fire-based sword technique. Li Fire Sword Technique. This Li Fire Sword Technique was an immortal technique that could be improved. Not only was it fire-based, but it could also formally fire immortal sword that was no weaker than an immortal weapon of the same level. This would save him the step of forging an immortal weapon. Something with 3 devour points would naturally not be weak, so Yi Xian immediately exchanged for it. Ding! Li Fire Sword Technique successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Ding! Host learned Li Fire Sword Technique. Chapter 1690. Now, all 6 devour points were used up. We have you all the way www. GLWX. Come then, Yi Xian exchanged for a method to refine an ordinary immortal heart from the immortal grade devouring system. He had already become an immortal, but he had yet to refine an immortal heart because there were no materials in the mortal world. Although he had the method to refine the dazzling immortal heart and the purple extreme demon heart, the materials were not so easy to obtain. Moreover, even if he wanted to refine the dazzling immortal heart, he would need an ordinary immortal heart, so he had to exchange for it. The materials to refine an immortal heart can be found in the immortal beast gathering grounds. However, since the old tree has already become an immortal, I'll give him the purple extreme demon heart when the time comes. Yi Xian thought to himself, then released the old tree and the other 2. The old tree mainly relied on his physique to fight, so the purple extreme demon heart was suitable for him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was an immortal beast, so he did not need to refine an immortal heart, so his strength was not enough. Luo Luo was now a peak 9th tribulation scattered immortal, but Yi Xian wanted her to cultivate for a while more to be safe. If one wanted to become a true immortal, they would need to refine an immortal heart. Alright, let's split into 3 groups. Yi Xian said to the old tree and the other 2. He was in one group, the old tree was in another, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were in another group, so the efficiency of killing immortal beasts would be very high. The reason why Yi Xian did not use the 300 immortal stones to raise the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was that after becoming an immortal, they would gain a lot of experience points. The 300 immortal stones could only raise their cultivation level by 1, and when the time came to refine an immortal heart, they would need to refine a large amount of immortal stones and convert them into immortal chi. However, even so, it did not hinder Yi Xian's advancement. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. This time, Yi Xian killed for 7 days and 7 nights in the immortal beast gathering grounds. He directly devoured the corpses of the immortal beasts and made a breakthrough. Yi Xian, who possessed immortal sense, killer instinct, and the eye of perception, harvested all the heavenly treasures he encountered along the way. Alright, I've finally gathered the materials needed to refine an ordinary immortal heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he piled all the materials together. There were also more than 100 immortal stones. Ding! Host has obtained an ordinary immortal heart. The system prompted. Yi Xian's heart had turned into an immortal's heart, which was relatively safer. However, Yi Xian reckoned that the materials needed to refine the dazzling speed immortal heart would not be so easy to obtain. Let's go. Let's continue searching. We'll try to get the old tree and Luolua's too. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, Luoluo suddenly spoke from within the plantation space. Young master, can I undergo tribulation now? Luoluo had broken through to the 9th tribulation scattered immortal realm for a long time. However, she was not a treasure after all, so Yi Xian wanted her to be safe. After all, the tribulation lightning in the immortal world was stronger than in the mortal world. Yi Xian estimated that with the tribulation lightning pill, Luoluo should not be a problem. Alright, come on. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Luoluo appeared beside him. She prepared for a moment before taking the tribulation lightning pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immortal chi began to condense. The mortal world condensed the chi of heaven and earth, so the tribulation lightning was weaker. However, the immortal world condensed the chi of heaven and earth, so its power was multiplied. However, Luoluo had been cultivating in the plantation space for a long time. In other words, it had been more than 10 years, so Yi Xian was not worried. Don't forget that Luolua's heavenly fox bloodline was very powerful. Boom! Finally, the tribulation lightning struck. There were 9 tribulation scattered immortals in total, each stronger than the last. The first one was just an appetizer. However, the next tribulation lightning did not affect Luoluo at all. Even the 9th tribulation lightning could not make her frown. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now a 5th grade immortal. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Shouldn't a 9th tribulation scattered immortal be a 4th grade immortal after passing the tribulation? How did she break through? Young master, after I passed the tribulation, the immortal chi in my body suddenly expanded, so I broke through the shackles, Luoluo explained. It seems that your heavenly fox bloodline has exceeded my expectations. Yi Xian sighed. However, it was a good thing. The stronger the bloodline, the better it was for Luoluo. Good. Now that you have become an immortal, do you want the purple extreme demon heart or the dazzling immortal heart? Yi Xian asked. I am a monster like old tree. After becoming an immortal, I should be a monster immortal. However, we rely on our physique to make a living, so we usually refine demon hearts, Luoluo replied. Monster immortal? Is that from your inherited memories? Yi Xian asked. Luolua's inherited memories were from her previous lives. However, her current inherited memories were from the heavenly fox bloodline. Yes. When we monster immortals refine demon hearts, it is not as obvious as when they are demonic cultivators. In the immortal world, we are considered legal demonic cultivators. Luoluo nodded. That's good. This way, I won't be afraid of being hunted down. Yi Xian grinned. Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. They would kill each other on sight. If Old Tree and Luoluo were demonic cultivators, they would be hated by everyone in the immortal world. At that time, he would have to be very careful in battle. Now that it was legal for monster immortals to refine demon hearts, things would be much easier. However, right at that moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. These 3 people all arrived on flying swords. 2 of them were 5th rank immortals, while the leader was a 6th rank immortal. Huh. I'm clearly seeing an itinerant immortal tribulation. That's strange. Are you a pig? If an itinerant immortal's soul is destroyed, then there's no one left. Yes. There are 4 5th rank immortals here. Kill them. These three people didn't say anything before attacking Yi Xian and the others. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords swept towards Yi Xian and the others. In the immortal world, most people fought using magic treasures, so they controlled flying swords to fight. Very few people fought in close combat like demonic cultivators. These 3 flying swords were not immortal weapons, but after countless years of refinement, they were very close to being immortal weapons. Killing at the slightest disagreement. The immortal world is not as peaceful as I thought it would be. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. In an instant, the 2 5th-rank immortals were controlled by him. Then, the 2 flying swords suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the 6th-rank immortal. What? The leader was shocked. He did not understand why his 2 brothers would suddenly attack him. Clang! Clang! Chapter 1691. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Boom! Old Tree punched the leader's back with all his might and squeezed. All the way we have you www. GLWX. Com, Pucci. The ordinary immortal heart of this 6th-rank immortal was crushed and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Although I'm a 6th-rank immortal, compared to Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy, my battle strength is a bit lacking. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy were both disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect. Although they were only outer sect disciples, their battle strength was still very strong among those of the same level. With the death of the 6th-rank immortal and the 2 5th-rank immortals under Yi Xian's control, the battle ended in an instant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked as he took off the 3 Qian Kuan rings. We are from the nearby Black Wind tribe. We saw that someone was going through the tribulation here, so we came to take a look. One of them explained. Black Wind tribe? Yi Xian frowned and said, Relax, I'm going to search your soul. Compared to questioning, searching one's soul was easier. After all, Yi Xian was new here and needed to understand the situation of the immortal realm. Soul searching of the same level was quite fast, but it still took half a day. After half a day, Yi Xian killed the 2 of them. There are many tribes in this area. Small tribes are subordinate to large tribes, while large tribes are controlled by family clans, Yi Xian thought in his heart. This area was controlled by the Xia clan, which was the immortal clan with the surname Xia. As for the news of the Immortal Destiny sect, this person did not know. After all, the Immortal Destiny sect was in another area. However, the Black Wind tribe had sent more than 3 people this time. This time, they were going to enter the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds to annihilate another tribe. Yi Xian liked this kind of big battle the most. After all, he had not used Unicorn Descent yet. These 3 immortals each had a few hundred immortal stones on them. Their wealth was not bad. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through, currently a 5th-rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through and is now a rank 5 celestial. After transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation, the experience required to level up increased tremendously. These immortal stones only increased Yi Xian's experience by 1/5. What a bottomless pit. Yi Xian sighed, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds. According to what he learned from the Soul Search, the Black Wind tribe was planning to launch a sneak attack on the Baiwa tribe. This time, the Baiwa tribe was mobilizing all their forces to encircle and annihilate a few immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. How could Yi Xian miss such a good show? The encirclement would begin in 3 days. Yi Xian would be able to get there in 3 days. In order to hurry, Yi Xian even ignored the immortal beasts along the way. After 3 days, they finally arrived in the vicinity. However, the loud noises coming from the front proved that there was already a battle ahead. He didn't know if the Baiwa tribe was encircling that immortal beast, or if they had already started a fight with the Black Wind tribe. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly approached. There were about 100 people in this battle, but he didn't see the corpses of the immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. He guessed that someone had kept them. Bastards, I, Bai Xiang, will fight you to the death today. A brawny man roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, this time, the Black Wind tribe has mobilized all their elites. Moreover, many of you have died from killing the immortal beasts. It's impossible for you to escape. Why don't you go down and join your companions? A long-haired man from the Black Wind tribe laughed. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The leaders of the two tribes were both Tier 8 immortals, and they were very powerful. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. However, when he saw the figures in the Baiwa tribe, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Capricious, Fairy Luli. Yi Xian's eyes widened, as if he had seen wrongly. He didn't expect that they would join the Baiwa tribe. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong when he looked at their cultivation. Capricious, a Tier 6 immortal. Fairy Luli, a Tier 6 immortal. How was this possible? When Capricious and the others left, they were all 9 tribulation scattered immortals. Even if they succeeded in their tribulation, they should only be Tier 4 immortals. How could they have broken through to Tier 6 immortal in such a short time? However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Capricious and Fairy Luli were being suppressed by a Tier 7 immortal. Kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly released the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Although they were only Tier 4 immortals, each of them was an existence that could challenge those above their level. Moreover, Yi Xian was going to go on a killing spree this time, so he used all his trump cards. Unicorn, descend. After Yi Xian used this trump card, the immortal energy in his body crazily surged, and then condensed into a mighty unicorn. After the unicorn evolved 3 times, he could finally summon a unicorn. Moreover, each time he summoned it, it could be different. Fire unicorn, ice unicorn, lightning unicorn, and so on. This time, Yi Xian summoned a fire unicorn. Kill. Yi Xian immediately commanded the fire unicorn to kill. At the same time, he also marked Capricious' opponent and then used the Eye of Assassination. Whoosh. Blazing Heaven Sword Art. A flame slash directly hit Capricious' opponent. Fortunately, this person was a Tier 7 immortal and had abundant immortal energy. Moreover, he had an immortal artifact battle armor, so he didn't die from this attack. Capricious was very grateful when he saw that someone had suddenly appeared and lightened his burden. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. Yi Xian, I've been waiting for you for almost 1,000 years. You're finally here. Capricious shouted excitedly. As soon as he said that, it was Yi Xian's turn to be stunned. 1,000 years, my ass. It hadn't even been half a month. Where did 1,000 years come from? However, now was not the time to reminisce. He had to finish this battle first. Thunder flash of the 9 dragons. Old Tree suddenly rushed over and punched the Tier 7 immortal in the chest. Kacha. In just 2 hits, the immortal artifact battle armor was directly shattered. Since the defense was broken, it was time for him to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind whistled. A fire unicorn stepped through the void and directly stomped on the Tier 7 immortal's chest. This stomp had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Without the immortal artifact battle armor, his immortal heart was instantly shattered. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, he condensed a slaughter seal. Immediately, he put away his opponent's interspatial ring and said, Capricious, we'll catch up later. After saying that, he once again used the Death Hunt seal to mark another person and then rushed over. Blazing Heaven Sword Art. Thunder Flash of the 9 Dragons. Chapter 1692. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. If he could kill all these people from the Black Wind tribe, he might be able to break through twice in a row. This was a good opportunity. Although he really wanted to use the fairy-slaying sword formation, he still lacked a slaughter seal. Moreover, there were people from the Baiwa tribe here, so it was better to use other skills. In this battle, the Baiwa tribe was originally at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, the situation changed completely. One of the 5 rank 7 immortals from the Black Wind tribe died, and he would die soon. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. 1000 Severing Slash. After he was fully prepared, Yi Xian instantly appeared behind the second rank 7 immortal. A white light flashed and landed on the rank 7 immortal's body. Ding. Activated one-hit kill effect. Crack. The immortal heart in the rank 7 immortal's body shattered instantly, and he died. One-hit kill combined with the 1000 severing slash was too powerful. Originally, Yi Xian's target was the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe. However, this person's cultivation level was high, and he had the upper hand. It would not be easy to sneak up on him, so Yi Xian changed his target. At this time, there were only 3 rank 7 immortals left in the Black Wind tribe. Moreover, this was not the end. Ding. Host has formed a slaughter seal. Ding. Host has formed a slaughter seal. The 4 slaughter seals instantly exploded until only one was left. Yi Xian found an opportunity and slashed with the parting heaven celestial sword. Immortal Slaying Slash. A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cut a tier 7 immortal's body into 2 halves. Even the experts behind him couldn't escape this attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At this moment, the Black Wind tribe and the Baiwa tribe's strength were about the same. No, it should be the Baiwa tribe that was stronger because Yi Xian was on the Baiwa tribe's side. What's going on? The 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe was extremely shocked. He did not understand where Yi Xian had come from. Not to mention him, even the leader of the Baiwa tribe did not know who Yi Xian was. But generally speaking, their crisis had been temporarily averted. Not only that, but the Black Wind tribe would also suffer heavy losses. Damn it, let's go. The expression of the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe changed drastically as he gave the order. It won't be that easy for you to leave now. The leader of the Baiwa tribe widened his eyes and immediately chased after him. At the same time, 2 figures rapidly approached. One was the old tree, while the other was the fire unicorn summoned by Yi Xian. Although this fire unicorn could not be sustained for a long time, its attack power was very strong. At the same time, he had another move. Incinerate the world. The fire unicorn directly turned into a ball of blazing flame and swept towards the 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe. What a powerful attack. The immortal's expression was gloomy. He saw that some of his companions around him were burned to the bone by the heat emitted by the unicorn's flame. If this attack landed on him, the consequences would be severe. Sir, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. The old tree used the 9 dragons' thunder flash again and appeared behind him. Then, 9 dragons' thunder chains appeared. In an instant, the 8th grade immortal was trapped. At the same time, the leader of the Baiwa tribe controlled a flying sword and pierced it into his head. However, even if an immortal's head exploded, he would not die. This was because after becoming an immortal, his soul would move to the heart and become one with the immortal heart. However, the fire unicorn's flame directly rushed in through the wound. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blazing flame burned inside the 8th grade immortal's body. His immortal heart happened to be the ice immortal heart, but it could not resist the unicorn's flame. A second later, the ice immortal heart melted into nothing. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the 8th grade immortal was dead, the others were no longer a threat. Soon, they were all hunted down. Not a single one was left. Among them, a large number of interspatial rings fell into the hands of Yi Xian, including the 8th grade immortals. It's enough for me to break through. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly devoured it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. In an instant, the strength of Yi Xian and the others skyrocketed. Yi Xian, wayward, quickly flew over and said, "Your strength is still as strong as it was hundreds of years ago." Hundreds of years ago? Yi Xian was a little confused. Wayward had just said that he had waited for nearly 1,000 years. What was going on? That's right. Didn't you count? I've already ascended to the immortal realm for 1,000 years. Wayward nodded. What 1,000 years? It's only been less than half a month. Yi Xian said in surprise. Half a month? That's impossible. We've already joined the Baiwa tribe for a few hundred years. If it weren't for the large amount of immortal stones needed to descend, would have gone back to see you. At this time, Fairy Luli also flew over. What's going on? Why do you think it's only been less than half a month? That's right. Not long after you guys ascended, I also ascended. How could there be a difference of nearly 1,000 years? Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the flow of time in the immortal realm and the mortal realm is different? In any case, nearly 1,000 years have passed for me. Luli and I even have grandchildren. Wayward said in surprise. When he heard this, Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wayward and Luli's grandchildren? While they were talking, the leader of the Baiwa tribe led the others over and asked, "Wayward, do you know them?" "Deputy leader, they're my friends. They just ascended." Wayward explained. "This one is Bai Xiang. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The deputy leader of the Baiwa tribe solemnly cupped his fists and said, "I also heard your conversation just now. Recently, there seems to be some problems in the immortal realm. I heard that the same thing happened to the ascension sites under the jurisdiction of other tribes." "I see." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Fortunately, he didn't let Old Tree ascend first. Otherwise, even if there was a difference of 1 day, there would be a difference of 100 years. That would be a tragedy. That little demon ascended half a day before me. I don't know how many years he's been in the immortal realm. Chapter 1693. Since you're all Wayward's friends, why don't you come visit my Baiwa tribe? Bai Xiang invited. Yes, yes. My father and the others are all there, Wayward said with a smile. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Although he and Wayward had only been apart for half a month, he hadn't seen Wayward and the others for nearly 1,000 years. At this moment, Yi Xian followed the Baiyu tribe's group and flew back to the Baiyu tribe. Wayward, did everyone undergo the 9th level of the loose immortal tribulation? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Willful shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Quite a number of people died under the 9th level itinerant immortal tribulation, including my grandfather. Less than 10 people survived the tribulation. Wayward's grandfather, Ren Ziyuan, was the master of the life's sacred land. Who would have thought he'd also die to the loose immortal tribulation? What about Elder Immortal Tianju?" Yi Xian asked. He did, but he didn't join the Baiwa tribe. He went to the immortal world by himself. The Buddhist supreme, one-thought monk, and the others also left, Wayward replied. Oh. Yi Xian nodded. Soon, they returned to the Baiwa tribe. The Baiwa tribe wasn't small. It had a 9th rank immortal overseeing it. It was quite powerful in this area. As soon as Bai Xiang and the others returned, the Baiwa tribe's leader sensed them and hastily came out to greet them. "Second brother, why are the casualties so severe this time? Baiyue asked in surprise. This time, they were going to hunt 3/8 rank immortal beasts. Although there might be some injuries, they wouldn't die. However, Bai Xiang only brought back 2/3 of the people. What about the other third? Big brother, we were ambushed by the Black Wind tribe this time. Many people died. If it weren't for Wayward's friend, even I might not have been able to return, Bai Xiang replied. The Black Wind tribe? Baiyue trembled. It seemed that a traitor had appeared in the tribe. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Baiyue immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to repay Yi Xian. When they returned, Bai Xiang sent a voice transmission to Baiyu, saying that Yi Xian was very strong and was not weaker than him. Therefore, Baiyue wanted to recruit Yi Xian into their tribe. This way, they could greatly increase the strength of their tribe. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had great ambitions. How could he submit to a tribe? Sorry, I'm preparing to travel alone. However, if you want to destroy the Black Wind tribe, you can call me along. Yi Xian said to Baiyu. Although Baiyue felt that it was a pity that he did not join, his eyes lit up when he heard that Yi Xian could help them. However, a war between two tribes would definitely result in heavy casualties, so they had to be cautious. After the banquet, Willful led Yi Xian and the others back to his residence. Grandfather. As soon as they entered the door, a little boy rushed over and hugged Wayward's leg. F***ck, he really has a grandson. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Wayward would really win Fairy Lu Li over. Not only did she give birth to a son, but she was already the 3rd generation. Dong, call me Grandpa Xian. Wayward said to the little boy. Hello, Grandpa Xian. The little boy called out obediently, and then directly stretched out his little hand. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He was not even 30 years old, yet he was already a master. Heaven was really making fun of him. I don't have anything. Here, 100 immortal stones. Yi Xian took out a bag of immortal stones. As expected of Yi Xian, 100 immortal stones in one go, Wayward said enviously. After seeing Yi Xian, Ren Xiong, Daoist Ling Xiao, and the others also walked over. After all, Yi Xian was their old friend. They chatted for a while, then Ren Xiong asked, Yi Xian, can your space connect to the mortal domain's life-sacred land? No, but I have a clone in the mortal domain. However, if they ascended in the mortal domain, many years would have passed in the immortal domain. Yi Xian shook his head. We don't know much about the immortal domain, but please tell their families that they died under the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation. Ren Xiong took out a list of names and handed it to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded. Next, he stayed in the Baiyue tribe for 7 days. 7 days was almost a year in the planting space. During this year, Luoluo broke through from 5th tier immortal to 7th tier immortal, surpassing Yi Xian and the others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to upgrade the planting space to 9th tier. That way, he could change the flow rate again. This was very important to Luoluo. If there were treasures of heaven and earth, Luoluo could even pull ahead of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there weren't any. 7 days later, Baiyue also came over with his people. Brother Yi, we've decided to set off tomorrow to attack the Black Wind tribe. We'll need your help when the time comes. Baiyue transmitted to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. He helped the Baiyue tribe for 2 reasons. First, it was to upgrade. Second, it was to help Wayward and the others deal with future troubles. This way, they could safely survive here. Now, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all 6th tier immortals. Luoluo was the first to break through to 7th tier immortal. As for the Baiyue tribe, other than Baiyue who was a 9th tier immortal, there were only 3 8th tier immortals, Bai Xiang, and a dozen 7th tier immortals. This time, the Black Wind tribe suffered a great loss. With Yi Xian and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the Baiwa tribe to destroy the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, the Black Wind tribe was prepared to mobilize all of their forces. Baiwa also had an immortal artifact-grade flying ship that could carry everyone. However, Yi Xian felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. This was because he still had the Eye of the Void. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. However, the Baiwa tribe was going to fight to the death with the Black Wind tribe tomorrow. Therefore, the Eye of the Void probably wouldn't be needed. In order to keep it a secret, they only mobilized experts who were 7th-tier immortals and above. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian had already met up with Baiwa. Then, they sat on an immortal artifact-grade flying ship. There was 1 9th-tier immortal, 3 8th-tier immortals, 10 7th-tier immortals, and Yi Xian and the others. Although this immortal artifact-grade flying ship was only 7th-tier immortal, its speed surpassed that of 9th-tier immortals like Baiwa. However, even so, it still took them 3 days to reach the Black Wind tribe. There's nothing strange about the Black Wind tribe. I wonder if they're pretending. Yi Xian glanced at the Black Wind tribe with his eye of revelation. The Black Wind tribe had around 3,000 people. The strongest person was also a 9th-tier immortal. However, why were there 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe? Everyone, there are 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe. Chapter 1694. What? 2 9th-rank immortals? Baiwa was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. Only their leader is a 9th-rank immortal. Could it be that someone broke through recently? I'm not sure either. I'm just reminding you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that Bai Yu and the others didn't believe him. In any case, he'd already brought the news to them. If it's true, then I'm afraid we won't be able to attack the Black Wind tribe this time. Bai Xiang said. Before he could finish his words, the people of the Black Wind tribe discovered the flying boat. Leader, there's a flying ship near our tribe. This shout spread throughout the entire Black Wind tribe. Not good. Let's go. Baiyue's expression changed drastically. He quickly controlled the flying ship to turn around. Fortunately, the flying ship was very fast and escaped from their sight in an instant. I'm afraid 2 9th-rank immortals won't be able to defeat the Black Wind tribe. However, I have the Eye of the Void. I can disrupt them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter how powerful the tribe was, as long as they could not do anything to him, he could exhaust them to death. Let me down. Yi Xian suddenly said. What did you say? Baiyu seemed to have misheard. If Yi Xian was let down, wouldn't they be besieged by the people from the Black Wind tribe? I, Yi Xian, will not joke with my life. I have many escape methods. Even if I face 2 9th-rank immortals, I can escape. Yi Xian said, the Black Wind tribe can't do anything to me, but I can weaken their strength. After hearing this, Baiyu fell silent. However, because Yi Xian was not from the Baiyu tribe, he did not stop him. Yi Xian indeed did not seem like someone who would joke with his life. Because he did not belong to the Baiyu tribe, he did not need to risk his life for the tribe. Kacha. The flying ship's cabin door opened. Then, Yi Xian quickly flew out. Big brother, what should we do? Bai Xiang asked. Don't worry. Although the Black Wind tribe has a flying ship, they can't catch up with us. If the situation is not good, we'll leave. Baiyu replied. At this moment, many people from the Black Wind tribe had already rushed out. When they saw Yi Xian, they immediately attacked him. They are all 6th-rank immortals. Only 1 7th-rank immortal. Too weak. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used his soul's eyes. Ding. Control successful. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian instantly controlled 6 6th-rank immortals. Immediately after, these 6 6th-rank immortals attacked the 7th-rank immortal in front. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh! In an instant, the rank 7 immortal died a horrible death. He didn't even know how he died. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the slaughter seal. The immortals he killed were all 7th rank immortals, which gave him a lot of killing intent. After using the slaughter seal, as long as he continued to fight, he would gain killing intent. Although it was not much, it could extend the duration of the slaughter seal indefinitely. However, if he fought with his own people, it would not count. The so-called allies were Old Shu and the 6 rank 6 immortals who were being controlled by Old Shu. However, as long as these immortals committed suicide for a period of time, the slaughter seal would not disappear. Previously, I used the unicorn at the immortal beast gathering ground. I did not replenish it, so I can't use it now. Yi Xian thought to himself. He directly formed the departing flame immortal sword and charged in. How dare you trespass into my Black Wind tribe? A shout rang out, and then a few more grade 7 immortals appeared in a flash. This level was not enough for Yi Xian to kill. Not to mention him, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor or Wei Zhentian could kill these immortals. Within a few seconds, these 7th rank immortals fell one after another. However, due to the difference in cultivation level, the slaughter seal could not be formed. However, he obtained a lot of good things. Ding! Lightning embers broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Yi Xian had a lot of experience. Moreover, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation level increased by 2 times. After passing the itinerant immortal tribulation, the gap between cultivation levels would increase again. This was a good thing. It's time for the slaughter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He directly ordered the old tree and the other 2 immortals to charge in, while he and Lualua watched from the outside. Those 8th and 9th rank immortals are gathered together. It seems like they are having a meeting. Let's catch them off guard first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the old tree and the other 2 immortals had broken through to the 7th rank, their strength had increased tremendously. They could even fight against 9th rank immortals. However, Yi Xian did not call Baiyue and the others back, because that would rob him of his loot. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the 2 9th rank immortals. At this moment, they all leaped into the sky. Someone is not from the Black Wind tribe? Yi Xian glanced around and immediately found something amiss. The people of the Black Wind tribe were all wearing the Black Wind tribe's uniform. However, this 9th rank immortal who looked like a young man was wearing white. Who are you? Tell me your name. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was a 9th rank immortal and also the leader of the Black Wind tribe. You are from the Black Wind tribe. You stole my things, so I'm here to kill you all. Yi Xian replied casually. How dare you? You are courting death. Before he could finish his sentence, an 8th rank immortal rushed out from the side. He was an 8th rank immortal. How could he be afraid of a few 7th rank immortals? However, just in case, there was another 8th rank immortal to help him. The 2 of them joined forces and were not weak. However, this kind of strength was not enough to scare Yi Xian. Facing the 2 8th rank immortals, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian took the lead to fight with them. Then, Old Tree quickly flashed behind one of them and threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Teleportation? Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain had already bound one of them. At the same time, 9 powerful thunder and fire heavenly dragons rushed out. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Boom! This unlucky guy was directly hit by the 9 thunder and fire heavenly dragons. His immortal heart was directly destroyed and he died tragically on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Now, Yi Xian had 2 slaughter seals and there were 2 more uses that he had not used. In other words, he could use the celestial eliminating arrow. However, Yi Xian did not intend to use it this time. Old Tree instantly took away the interspatial ring and flashed to Yi Xian's side. Before he could react, he had already broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank immortal. Chapter 1695. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. For slaughter seals, activate the slaughter mode. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength increased by 4 times. Baidu Search Awesome Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www.galwx. Com Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Yi Xian flashed behind another rank 8 immortal. Leaf Fire Sword Technique. The leaf fire sword in Yi Xian's hand turned into a ray of fire and stabbed into the opponent's back. Gotcha! This person's immortal heart shattered, and he died. This scene happened in less than a second. Within this second, the Black Wind tribe lost 2 rank 8 immortals. It could be said that this was a heavy loss. One had to know that the Black Wind tribe had a total of 3 rank 8 immortals. 1 was missing, and now 2 were dead. Only 1 was left. Bastard, you're courting death. The chief of the Black Wind tribe was furious and decided to attack personally. As for the other rank 8 immortal, he was also prepared for battle. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly spoke. Brat, I'm Xia Clan Xia Yunfei. Who are you? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, this young man actually came from the local tyrant of this area, the Xia clan. The Xia clan was very large. They controlled more than 10 large tribes, and the large tribes controlled hundreds of small and medium-sized tribes. Within the Xia clan, there were many heaven immortal experts, so they were the overlords of this area. But so what? I, Yi Xian, have never been afraid of anyone. Yi Xian grinned. Yi Xian, right? It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Xia Yunfei said. Why aren't you the one submitting to me? Yi Xian asked. Xia Yunfei had seen quite a few arrogant and unruly people like Yi Xian, but their fates were all very tragic. Thus, Xia Yunfei didn't want to waste time and directly said, Elder He, kill him. Immediately after, a black-clothed old man from the Black Wind tribe suddenly leaped into the sky. Upon seeing this person, Yi Xian was shocked. His eye of insight had failed to discover such an expert. What a powerful concealment technique. This black-robed old man is a celestial immortal. Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The failure of the Eye of Revelation should be due to the problem of his realm. After all, he had just broken through to the 7th grade immortal realm. Kid, I'm a celestial immortal. You won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently follow young master. Young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. The black-clothed old man said. It's not impossible for me to submit. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned. He smiled and said, as long as you can take my strongest attack. With your cultivation base of a tier 7 immortal? The black-robed old man laughed. Realm doesn't represent strength. Even a 9th tier immortal wouldn't be able to withstand my sword. Do you want to try? Yi Xian pretended to be very confident as he spoke. Good. I like confident people. Elder He, take his attack. Xia Yunfei replied. If that's the case, then make your move. I won't dodge and will take your attack head-on, the black-robed old man said confidently. He was already a celestial immortal. His strength was more than 10 times that of a 9th tier immortal. Was he afraid of the attack of a 7th tier immortal like Yi Xian? Good. Then take this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He pretended to use all his strength and then slashed with his sword. This move was his strongest attack, the 1000 severing slash. Yi Xian currently had 9 points of luck. With the addition of the 9 points of luck, that was equivalent to 18 points of luck. In addition, the 1,000 severing slash could double the trigger effect. With the addition of 1,000 attacks, even if there was a difference of a few realms, it might not be impossible to insta-kill. The 1,000 severing slash's main effect was to insta-kill. It didn't look strong, so in the eyes of the black-robed old man, it was a joke. He stood there, circulating his immortal power to protect himself. He didn't plan to block at all. Soon, the 1,000 severing slash was in front of him and then collided with his immortal power. Bam! 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 Faint sounds rang out as the 1,000 severing slash continued to bombard him. Finally, when there were more than 100 slashes, a one-hit kill was triggered. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. This scene happened so suddenly that the black-robed old man's immortal power defense was instantly destroyed. What? The black-robed old man was shocked, but he didn't have time to react. Bam! The remaining 800 slashes finally landed on the black-robed old man's body. The one-hit kill had evolved once before, increasing the probability. Now, with the equivalent of 36 points of luck, the probability of triggering it was very high. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. When the system notification sounded, the black-robed old man's immortal heart directly shattered. The power of the one-hit kill was that as long as one was injured, one would immediately die. It was the same even if one was only hit in the shoulder. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian directly received a huge amount of killing intent. It was a pity that he had used up all the killing intent, otherwise, he would have condensed another killing intent. However, now that he had killed this celestial immortal, he naturally had to take his yin and yang ring. Before anyone could react, the old tree quickly rushed over, took the yin and yang ring, and gave it to Yi Xian. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been restored. This celestial immortal was very rich. Although he couldn't help Yi Xian break through again, he helped the old tree and the others break through. Now, even if another celestial immortal came, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Black Elder is dead? Xia Yunfei was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. A celestial immortal was actually killed by a 7th grade immortal, Yi Xian. What kind of immortal technique was that? No matter who you are, you will die today. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent, and then flashed over. Li Fire Sword Art. Although there was a difference of 2 realms, Yi Xian always had the ability to challenge those of higher realms. Although Xia Yunfei was from the Xia clan, he was also an immortal, and there was no need to fear him. In addition, Old Tree, who had broken through to the 8th grade immortal, the 2's sneak attack instantly killed Xia Yunfei. You dare to kill young Master Xia? The chief of the Black Wind tribe was shocked. So what? I still want to kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Together with Old Tree, they gave the chief of the Black Wind tribe a heavy blow. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The chief of the Black Wind tribe had fallen. Chapter 1696. What a joke. Even a heaven immortal had died in the hands of Yi Xian. What was the use of an 8th rank immortal like him? Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not prepared to let anyone go. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. This person's immortal heart was directly destroyed by Old Tree's punch and died. In the entire Black Wind tribe, all the 8th rank immortals had died in battle. Not only that, but Xia clan's Xia Yunfei and that heaven immortal had also died. Yi Xian quickly tidied up the battlefield and then shouted, "Everyone, do not resist or die." Then, he used the planting space to take everyone in. A total of 3,000 people had all become his slaves. With just a thought, these 3,000 immortals would all die. It had to be said that Yi Xian's harvest this time was not bad. These 3,000 immortals' yin and yang rings all belonged to him. Of course, he was just borrowing them first and would return them when he became stronger. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space was 50 times faster. Cultivating inside for 50 years was only equivalent to 1 year outside. Thus, Yi Xian did not care whether these people agreed or not. He would just snatch them first. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are an 8th rank immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. After hearing these notifications, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Without the restrictions, his cultivation increased very quickly. Even if that black-robed old man was still alive, Wei Zhentian and the others could probably fight him one-on-one. In the distance, Bai Yu and the others in the flying ship were so shocked that they could not speak. Yi Xian actually destroyed the entire Black Wind tribe with just a few people and even killed a heaven immortal. He was simply a god. Yi Xian, where are those people? Bai Yu asked in astonishment. I kept them in my space. Cultivating inside for 50 years is equivalent to 1 year outside. Yi Xian said. What? 50 times difference? Bai Yu and the others were astonished. That's right. Wayward and the others used to cultivate inside. Yi Xian nodded. With his strength, there was no need to hide it from these people because he wanted to take in the Baiwa tribe as well. He had his own space, so he wanted to create a world of his own. In the future, maybe it would be another world of immortals? However, it was better to return first. He immediately tore open the void and returned to the Baiwa tribe. After some discussion, the Baiwa tribe also moved into the planting space. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved in the entire immortal beast gathering area. Headstrong was still a member of the Baiwa tribe, so Yi Xian did not touch the Baiwa tribe. Give them some more immortal beasts so that they can be self-sufficient, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the planting space, there were actually 2 areas. One was where the flow rate was 50 times slower and was suitable for cultivation. In the other area, the flow rate was 50 times faster, and it was used for planting. In any case, he was the master of the planting space. He could change it however he wanted. This matter was considered to be over. However, Yi Xian found something interesting in Xia Yunfei's yin and yang ring. It was a token with a single word engraved on it, fate. The other side of the token had the word Xia engraved on it. Xia clan, but what is the fate behind it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of the immortal fate sect. Why would a normal person engrave the word fate on one side of the token? Could it be that the Xia clan was related to the immortal fate sect? Right, Luminous Immortal once told me that the Lu clan was the leader of the immortal fate sect, followed by the Xia clan. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Could this Xia clan be the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect? No matter what, I have to go take a look. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have killed Xia Yunfei. That way, he could have searched his soul. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Xia clan. The Xia clan was quite a distance away from the Black Wind tribe. Immortals would need a month's time to travel. However, Yi Xian had directly upgraded the explosive flame flying ship to grade 8, so its speed was several times faster than his own. He estimated that he would only need 10 days to reach. Immediately, he rushed to the Xia clan. I hope that this Xia clan is the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect. That way, Luminous Immortal's final wish can be fulfilled. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal world was vast and varied. There were many people with ages in the tens of thousands. Sometimes, traveling would take 8 to 10 years. Yi Xian counted these 10 days. However, during these 10 days, Yi Xian naturally would not be idle. Although the immortal beasts he met along the way were all low-leveled, it was better than nothing. Moreover, 10 days were equivalent to 500 days in the planting space. With the help of heaven and earth treasures, Luo's cultivation speed was very fast. She directly broke through to become a grade 8 immortal. 10 days later, Yi Xian entered the territory of the Xia clan. The Xia clan only had one main city. However, this main city was the largest one Yi Xian had ever seen. Even if Yi Xian wanted to cross the main city, he would need a day's time. Soon, Yi Xian entered the main city. Next, he casually asked around for the location of the Xia clan. On the way to the Xia clan, Yi Xian met a few Xia clan disciples. Using his realm, Yi Xian directly controlled them and then put them into the planting space. Tell me the origin of your Xia clan, Yi Xian directly asked. The Xia clan was established after the disbandment of the Immortal Fates sect 100,000 years ago. A Xia clan disciple said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and interrupted, "It's really the Immortal Fates sect? Then what about the Lu clan of the Immortal Fates sect?" "The Lu clan is now the slaves of our Xia clan." The Xia clan disciple replied. "Slaves? What's going on?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. He remembered that the Lu clan was previously the master of the Immortal Fates sect. The sect master and grand elders were all from the Lu clan. How could they have become the slaves of the Xia clan? 100,000 years ago, the experts of the Immortal Fates sect suffered heavy casualties due to a great battle. Therefore, our Xia clan trampled on the Lu clan and moved here. This time, Yi Xian understood. "Alright, bring me to the Lu clan," Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. As for the specific reason, he didn't want to ask too much. In any case, he knew that the Lu clan wasn't doing well. Under the lead of the 3 Xia clan disciples, Yi Xian arrived at the Xia clan. It was originally a sect, but now it had become a clan. Although the number of people was much smaller, it was much stronger than before. Along the way, Yi Xian met many people. When they saw the clothes of the Xia clan disciples, they all respectfully greeted him. These people were all from the Lu clan.